Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Could you advise us more about the comparison between the leaves of a vertical beam and the nano-coated plates?
I presume you're talking about absorption of field. We talked about this many times before. The reason that we absorb or leaves or plants absorb energy from the environment, or they create absorption of the material from the ground, is we look at the leaves in a totally different way. In the reality, what they do, not in what we've been told by what we call the world of science today. If you have worked with the replication field cups, in the replication field cups, we put gases, we fill up the water, we transfer the energy in. The difference is with the replication cup of the leaf is this. This is a leaf. Or I'm doing it upside down. For some of you, you might not see it the right way. If this is a leaf itself is a container. If you look at it two-dimensional, with the difference that you have a nano layer on this side, and you have a different nano layer of slightly difference on the underneath side, which is on this side, the two sides of the leaf. What is in between, even so tiny, is literally what you see as water in this cup. The difference in the field strength of the phase 1 and phase 2 allows a specific field to be absorbed, which become the nourishment of the tree or the plant. It's the same with the root of a tree. Root of the tree, again, is that leaf. And the thickness in between, the liquid in between, creates a magnetic field difference that allows the food between the root and the tree to be pulled up the tree. There is a direct correlation between the leaf of a tree and its root. Here, if I go to the next page, you understand it easier. When you have a tree and its branches, and its roots. Here we saw the leaf having phase 1 and 2 in a miniature scale. Now this in a miniature scale becomes 1 and 2, which creates the flow of the sap and the return of the nourishment and what the earth needs to give, or the plant takes from the earth. In a way, the border between the earth, the soil, and the air. If you notice in your gas system, when you put the plates, you see circulation of gases. They are in motion. Many of you have seen this. Now, this creates the same motion, allowing the fields to pull, to create the water, the nourishment from what we call the earth and the soil. A vertical being works on the 3 levels of the life of this planet. The gases, the water, and the soil. The way we do. We drink, we eat, and we take energy in our lungs. In our heartbeat system, we absorb all the circulation of the air which goes in it. We go the absorption of the what we call field of energy in our blood and the sustainability of the soul. The same thing happens in the movement of the sap in the body of the vertical plant. If you listen, if the knowledge of the man goes upward, even the plant has a heartbeat. Without that heartbeat, you can't push the sap up. You can't create the difference between the 2 levels of the leaves and the roots. Again, this is different nanoparticle space. This is a different nanoparticle space, and the difference between the two creates. This space gap dictates if you get a herb, if you get a tree, if you get a bush. Look at the leaves, the shape of the leaves. It should give you very clear indication of the position of the life of the planet, where it is, what life cycle can survive and whatever. And this is one of the reasons plants cannot exist in other conditions in this planet or in the universe. The correlation between the leaf, gravitational magnetic field, and the root creates the puppet. So when you look at a leaf, look at it as a cup space. borders. We can't track people anymore. No banking system because we'll meet most of our needs. No restriction on governments to be abusive against their citizens. You don't like to live in this map condition, you move to another within seconds. No persecution, because in putting you in prison to persecute you, you can move your body from the cell. There's a lot of things with it. One planet, one nation, one race. You choose the place and space you want to live, where and what time and where to be. There is no need for visas and all the things we create. We are better, you come into us. Why the nations have created this visa business and passport business and restriction? Because we've stolen from you for long enough, now we want to keep it. You can't have it. That's all it is. And the rest has to follow, because if you want to go with the thieves, they asked us to make you something, we give you a passport. Look at the whole visa situation and passport situation in reality in the back. There is no abuse. You'll be in Rome, Paris, in Tehran, or in Africa, or whatever, because they can't abuse you, because you can move on. Would there be refugees? Ends all these things. All these things will become in the history book of them. Very soon. Very, very soon. The biggest problem will be the officials who think they can lose control. So this gas enhancement units which we put in the market now, you buy it, we try to make it them what they call car conversion of it, put it in the back of your car. Nobody can tell you how much you can drive. You don't have to have a fear if you have the money to drive the car. If you're paying €50 a week for the fuel, which most of the people do to go to work or shop or whatever, that's $2,500 you don't pay anymore. That's half of it taxes to the government, which you don't pay, which you have to cover. But the other half does not go to Saudi Arabia. We see the richest monarch, the most abusing nation of their own nationals. As I said to the people we were in this morning, you signed a contract for hundreds of billions to get the supply, now you don't need. What are you going to do with that 400 billion? It will come to our governments, these things very soon, that we need to be governed by one work. And sooner or later, we set the scene, we imply and apply the thing that it goes to the Universal Council. You will see in a matter of handful of years, Universal Council will be one of the leading positions even within the United Nations. In a structure, one nation, one planet, one race, is I'm a citizen of the planet Earth. That's all it is. Then which part of it you come from? I come from the green part called Europe. I come from the desert part called Africa, the north part of that. I come from the forest side is called Brazil. We don't call ourselves, I'm a Brazilian, I'm Chinese or whatever. They don't know you. They just see a feature of the soul of the man created on planet Earth. As I explained to you, one of the knowledge is when you travel the depths of the universe, the soul of those who come from Earth is very distinct. They know this soul comes from Earth. It's like you Chinese going into Paris and trying to speak French or English. They're still Chinese. because we see that feature, soul of the man in space has a feature, which is the feature of the strength of the souls from this planet. The good thing with Keshe Foundation is that we are not theoretical, we're delivering, and knowledge, science, technology, politics all comes together. We're proud you're born in this time and place that you can see this transition. My great-grandmother used to say, I've seen how your great-grandfather used to go with camels from Afghanistan to Palestine and come back once a year. I've seen how we went to the cars and the bus and the planes and whatever it is. In my little eye, I've seen these changes. And with your little eyes and your soul, from now on, you see bigger changes in a very short time than our parents or forefathers seen in centuries. Because you're doing it for yourself, and there's not somebody else to do it that you don't need to learn how to become a pilot or have a car to drive or go to an airport to take a flight. All that now, you're responsible, you're captain of your soul. And you decide, I put my soul into abuse.
In a health teaching, you said that the soul of the man leaves the body at the exact moment that she must go.
Yes.
This moment, I didn't understand what are you saying about it. You said in a teaching that is beyond your imagination.
You see,
if you could say about it, thank you very much.
Yes. Go back to the matter state. Maybe you understand better. In the matter state, the strength of the field of a magnet dictates its positioning. When you put two magnets next to each other, they create a distance gap, what we call magnetic gravitational field position. If you put a winding around one of the magnets, you can do it if you understand how to do it, and increase the flow of the fields in one of the magnets, you will see maybe the other magnets come slightly closer or move further. And you can reach to a position by creating these kind of magnetic fields, which is done for some military purposes, some industrial purposes, that the other magnet literally shoots up without doing anything to it. It becomes a trajectory. We see it in the slaughterhouses in a different shape, like a bullet, but it's releasing and attracting. Now, your soul of physicality becomes that winding. And your soul becomes the other magnet. But in this case, the soul of physicality has given its energy to the soul. So now the soul is energized. And when the point comes that the soul of the man's energy surpasses the blood flow cage, it takes off. And in taking off, what happens? The physicality stays behind, but the soul has gone. Point of death. Why most of us die at the old age? If you can keep the circulation of the blood and the energy levels of your body at a strength that does not come low than controlling the cage of the field of the soul, you do not die. You can extend your life. The minute the soul of the man receives more energy as part of the information, emotion, and whatever else, and the cage becomes rusty and weak, the soul has nothing to hold it. It becomes the point of death. So our aging is by circulating less blood, feeding the soul more from the soul of physicality in dimension of emotion and whatever energy, it becomes more powerful and it jumps, it creates that, it becomes that bullet to a new position, breaks through the weak cage, which is rusty, which is the old age of the man, the blood cannot hold the circulation that is strong, then you die. Because the soul is gone, physicality stays behind. It's escapism for the soul of the man. We escape from it. We become good in doing it, and in that process, we interact, we increase, we add to it by expansion of strength. And that's how the death comes. Physical separation of the soul of the man from soul of physicality. But you got to understand, the minute this process starts, which the soul of physicality becomes slowly aware that it is losing control to the soul of the man, it transfers most of the energies which are within it, within the soul of the man, within the soul of physicality of man, and the physical energy of the body of the man to the soul of the man. So it suddenly receives a rapid field energy because it's aware, the blood flow is weak, and then the soul departs. It becomes that bullet. But that bullet, through its interaction with field strength, has already destined for a position for it to find its balance. And then in that position, it becomes, because it has no physical structure, soul physicality with it partially, it becomes a star. And that star starts a new life as in a galaxy, in the universe, as it does in the world of the creation. In a way, you created a soul shooting star, and you have to see if it has enough at the point of arrival that it becomes the source, it becomes the beginning of the new cycle for the soul. The whole purpose of creation is to create new essence of creation, which is another star, which is the soul of the man, but not within the physicality of the man, but in another dimension. And doesn't matter how long you keep this together, you can always play it one against the other or one within the other, that you live everlasting life of the Creator. I made man in the image of myself because I become the man that within it, having connection with me, I keep total integrity and totality of integral fields of what I started with, so I don't lose anything. And this is the secret of creation. It's the secret of life in the dimension of the existence. As the Arab says, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. This is it. This is the final, as we understand the beauty of the creed. All the beauties are given, and there is no more. It's you who have to understand how beautiful it is. As all the beauties, Rahman, which is the kindness, the love of Creator, is already given. It's us who have to understand.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 455th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, October 20th, 2022. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond, and I'll be host again in this weekly series of workshops. And here we are again with Mr. Mehran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation. And I believe he's ready to begin today's workshop. We did have a bit of a delay there with getting going, so we had a longer intro than usual. So you might have noticed that, but I think we're ready to go, Mr. Keshe, are we not?
Yes, good morning, good day to you as usual. Whenever and wherever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, what we call knowledge sharing. As Rick said, for reasons we have which work in the background, we had to delay the start, but the start was chosen specifically by Rick and the way what is the teachings are going to be today. We usually find a connection somehow with the intros. You listen to about 3 intros. The reason for choosing these 3 intros is a new phase which the Keshe Foundation has entered in the space, what we call in the flight test. This week we had no flight tests. We had people who are there testing for other things, but no flight test, no simulation was planned. We have another group maybe next Tuesday. Next Wednesday is a national holiday in Austria, so we take a rest. But what we've done and used the opportunity is to change the course, to bring a new dimension, to bring a new way that we do, or we try to do what the planet has missed to do. Which means we try to bring that connection between all sections of the life on this planet. The animal kingdom, the solid state, the man, the soul of the planet, and everything else which goes with it. For this reason, as the Flight Center is not used is literally like you're in hospitals. The hospitals' daytime MRIs are for the patients, and nighttime hospitals render MRI units for scientific and as instrumental registration if you want to register or dial or whatever to do with systems. For this time of the what we call not using the system till next Tuesday, yesterday we in the Keshe Foundation set up something totally different, which means it has and it will be working from yesterday till next week when we get back in and we start working. We start seeing and what we can do in the time that we are not there. So from now on, we try during the time when the system is not used to bring the center like what we call elevation of the soul of the planet in a way for every aspect. As I said, we are responsible for every living things on this planet. And through the magnetic field, every one of them is positioned itself in a given position. A tree has a position. A stone has a position. A man has a position. Animal has a position. And we move between them. Some of us decided as a soul construction to stay put. Some of us has decided to move on as a moving things or shake in the air as the leaves of a tree. But in essence, as we all know, we are souls. What we set up in the Flight Center is a system where we interact with every soul on this planet and beyond. We have set up a transmutation that going from one system to another, the fields are available to every soul to elevate itself. For every living soul to be able, if need be, to tap on it, to tap into it. We have chosen the blood of man. We have chosen another condition of the protein of the animals. We have chosen the what we call the essence of the soul of the man, material which creates us. We have chosen the soul of the elements of this planet. And we have chosen the elements of the life of the vertical people. And in that process, with the system we have, we are rapidly expanding. We've seen the changes in the past 24 hours. We've seen massive changes. How the school of thoughts, the changes will come. I told you last week, if you felt anything at 7:30 in the morning, field, which was released by me in whatever shape. Now is not me anymore. It's a system which is like a beacon and shares this field with all of you. Any of you who tap into the center can come to that point. Maybe you can interact with it. Maybe you've been there. Maybe through you, others can interact with and receive the fields if your soul is ready. It's different than you rushing, yes, I want to be. Then the soul says, oh boy, you're not ready yet. Wait, hang on. I have the telephone number, but I'm not dialing it. You have not reached that point. So, in so many ways, from now on, whenever we leave the system on the running position, we allow the level on the soul and the soul of physicality to elevate. We have switched off the physical interaction side. And in that process, we have brought a new dimension. When we go in next Tuesday, we will see what it is and how it will be. And for now on, we see how much we have to top up the system because so much of it is used. The system itself receives as much as it gives. We would like to see what changes in colors of the gases we put. We'll see. We would like to see how they move, how they sit. Then we see how you, as knowledge seekers, have tapped into it, or other souls without knowing, being at the strength of the elevation, has received from it to do. In a way, you don't need to pray to elevate anymore, where In fact, you are elevating continuously. This is very vital for us. This is important for us to, in a way, ascertain, to see and to be part of, and see how us as knowledge seekers bring the change in. Those of you who are the satellite should feel the change. Those of you who are satellite and registered yourself to be, you could feel the differences in upcoming. As I told you, we don't tell you anything in advance. That it presets you, gives you a condition to be. We have today, as I informed, our first, what I call transmutation person, start setting the system up to receive the first transmuted person into LITS. There are some criteria. We needed some materials. We have received it. It's getting set up. And we have informed the person that we start the process, which means, as before, you did not know when we started the first process with the what we call enhancement units. Now we start the process with transmutation. We are in a position in one system to receive and send back. We shut one system that receives cannot send back down. That does not allow confusion over receiving two parts or two halves. Our first plan is to see the emotion, what arrives as a soul, to see how we feel with the arrival of the soul. We have to decide to who will be in the system to receive the soul. It's not just beam me up, Scotty. We have to go, as you've seen with the other tests we did, if the person in the system feels the arrival of the emotion of the arrival. And then we have to test. We see how and when. This is part of the development of the technology. This is part that many of you have been waiting for. As we saw with a couple recorded and you see, one felt the other one on her lap. Now we want to feel if we receive the person in the secondary chair, in the back, or on the lap of our person waiting for it to arrive. The exciting time of the transmutation has started. The exciting part of bringing that into order has started. It'll be interesting to see how you feel, how you see things, how you as knowledge seekers, now that we have the system running, see other souls. Do not consider yourself as crazy, I see things. Consider yourself as, I'm ready to be educated in the world of the creation. Don't tell me the tree talks to me, or the stone dances, or the dog tells me it's hungry, because of any soul. Interact with it and see how it interacts with you, because you see a beautiful child being carried in a cart on the street. People turn their eyes, turn their head, they talk to and they praise the beauty. Now you are that child, and everybody looks at you as much as you look outside. Try to understand the interaction of the field. Do not look for verbal communication unless you're dealing with a map. Understand the emotion of the language. Understand the emotion of the interaction of the field. This is very important for us as we are preparing the second system to come into operation to set up the satellite system, to set up the next phase of transmutation. Take things and see how things have improved, how you suddenly change direction. You don't do the things you wanted to do. The materials you did not want to understand and see. The position you were not considering, which now has become consideration. We are there to not bring the change by force. We are there to bring the change by understanding. And with it, to change. Once we understand, we can change things. When it's forced, we do it till it's there. So, as I said, today in this teaching, while we're all at it, listening or thinking, you all are receiving the fields from the Enhancement Center classroom minutes. Just 1 second, please. Sorry about that. So what we want you to do is to understand this. To understand how what the planet was short in giving us, we are getting it in a different way. And see if your eating habit changes. See if your breathing habit changes. See if your school of thoughts of doing things changes. And suddenly, I don't know why. We will continue with this for months to come. So, as the system is free, we carry on what we call using it to continuously elevate the what we call interaction of the fields on this planet, in this area, or those of you who have made a connection by being here, by meeting somebody who's been here, or being in a way in touch with and across with the system. We have set it up to bring the emotion of peace. We have set it up in a way to bring the soul of peace. And with it, we can and we will show and will make it important for all of us to understand this change. It is part of Foundation's work, and is not just all the time. As I said, GANs making. You made the GANSes, you made the nano coating, and you made your systems to see how the fields interact. So you've been through alphabet of what I call the technology. Now it's time to make sentences. Now it's time to make letters of peace using this technology, adding the knowledge of bits and parts together to be able to make that word, to be able to make that sentence, and to be able to make the letter of peace with the knowledge we have. As I said to the officials in the past few hours, the past few minutes, while you were listening to the intros, we need the technology to be a tool of peace. And we have to see it, to be with it, to understand it, to make that difference, to become with the correct knowledge. We are not waiting for changes, we are waiting for us to change. We are not there to wait for Messiah to come. We know that Messiah is us for our soul. And it's us who has to decide that time and position. We don't need to die to become a Messiah. We can become Messiah as part of our life, as part of the living, and part of the work we do. A lot of you are looking for physical interaction for the confirmation, and whatever else comes to you is just a dream. But you have to understand from now on, the dream you call the dream has been part of you, which you ignored because you never understood. There are no more coincidences. There are no more just happen to be. We are there to make it happen because the technology, the systems are set. When we spread these systems across this planet, the way you have done with GANSes, now we connect with you. Now we set the signs, we set the scene. Every jar of gas you have in the house, if it's made by the materials from this planet, and we made from material of this planet, they already make connections. It's you in how you receive it, in which direction you receive them, what you give to it. Try to understand the Keshe Foundation is the way you are, nothing else. It's not something, it's not a religious organization, it's not a cult, it's not something else. It is the totality of the work in how we understand the world of creation in a matter state and in the field of energy. How energies become matter, how matters become energy. And then we take it to the next step. Then we take it to the what we call understanding of the next step. Then we come to understand what we need to do ourselves. Does not to be all physical, does not to be what we call show me something. Now is feel me something. And I can ignore, deny, or hide all the feelings, because if I accept it, then I know I have reached the point of the truth. As I said, we brought you the technology that it does not stay a mystery and doesn't become a magic job. We build the systems. We brought you in to be part of the process of understanding and not part of the magic work. Now, the way you set the system up and the way now is running as we speak now, it brings that change. It brings that position of change. It brings a condition of change for all of us. And it's important for many of us to understand this. And how we come to understand more and more about the work of the plasma, interaction of the fields, collaboration of the fields, amalgamation of the fields, division of the fields, cooperation of the fields, clusters of them, or combinations of them. And to understand in totality what is there to come. What is the change which is to come? And what each one of them as an interaction, amalgamation, or being adjacent to each other, in fact, creates and brings about. We've seen many of these, but we never understood. We stood between the two pictures and feel the fields, what it creates in us emotionally and what it creates in us physically. Sometimes we feel it in our muscle tissue and sometimes we feel happy to be in it. Sometimes we don't want to be in that field. And now, if a painting, a static color can bring that to us emotionally, you can imagine what the dynamic systems which are running in the universe and the way the fields are running within the lens center will affect you. You put two pictures and find the interaction between. We have put two systems, and we are not looking the interaction between the 4 meter separation. We're looking at the interaction of the fields from the other side all the way around this planet back to the other one. This is where the systems come into effect. It's a 3-dimensional system. So in effect, the system sitting in lens is not what you see in the room between the two systems, is what is from the other side of the system all the way around this planet to the other, in all directions. What have we and how we interact? The system does not choose the path. The fields of the universe decide the freedom of the path which is given to it to cover. Does one of these freedom of the path comes to your soul, that in a flash of light, you get elevated. In a flash of light, you understand something, as you've seen with the knowledge seekers who've been through the system. As one said, for an instant, I smelled the coffee. That's all it needs. It's that instant flash which makes it to fall in love. It's not something which goes for years. So what you will see, watch what you do. Observe how you change in the coming weeks. Observe how you start looking at things in a different way than you were looking before yesterday. We put the system into operation about 12 o'clock yesterday, around about 11, 12 o'clock. See if you felt anything. Did you wake up with a different emotional feeling? I did. The fields are so deep. I wrote to one of the knowledge seekers and he wrote back to me how he feels. It's so deep, it's so profound that it's like opening the eye, opening a new dimension. Opening to look at the things in a different way to be. And it is important for us to understand. It is important for us to be able to develop this knowledge. Not for us, but for others. One of our knowledge seekers is on the line, knows exactly what I'm talking about. We have chosen, if comes to create the first child through the embodiment of the two systems. I think we have found the perfect partners. And the no possibilities of accident or something happened. We are so confident in this that we can take the step forward. Creation of the perfect souls. In a way, now you go to what we call test tubes to choose the color, to choose the skin color and the eye color and whatever. Now we allow the soul to develop that perfect soul for a child to be born in the dimension of the soul and then embedded within the womb of the mother. Technology is so advanced that this is not a dream anymore. It's the reality which we can deliver. It was a pleasure to come to this conclusion that we can, and we have chosen, I think, the right couple for this work. If they decide in the coming weeks and months to do, this brings a new dimension to the work. It brings a dimension to the life of the man in the space. We are not here to create a child for you to see. We would like to see how the children of the man in the space, when they fall in love and create the next generation, man knows how to handle. Man knows when he brings their soul to earth to show them the motherland, what it was and how it comes. Bringing a body through the atmospheric condition is with a lot of hazards. Bringing a soul in the dimension of the fields and then transforming to the physical dimension of the man on earth is totally different. Do you understand why we are doing this? We are testing, setting up the dimensions and the directions for the future test and development and generation and what to come for us in space. This is not fun to do. This is something we have to do to be able to perceive and to see what is to come. Many of you will come to understand the changes has to come by the understanding of the operation of the system and not by what we call changes in the system because we decided to bring the change. We have developed technologies that is not mysticism anymore. We have developed technologies that it is a confirmation of understanding the technology of the creation. It's not anymore going into a mosque or a church or praying to something is what we are, what we do, and the way we take shape in doing it, the way we allow it to happen, and the way we can see it to be able to what we call bring the change. Not for anybody else but ourselves. Not to try to impress. We are here to understand. A technology is a technology when it's understood and can be replicated. We haven't made one reactor. If you look, we have 2 system flights. Each one carries around about 40 reactors around that. And you have 6 head units, each one carrying 10 reactors. And then you have, if you put it together, something like about 140, 150 systems, each one working in a synchronized manner to create the condition which we want, and we saw it. Each chair gives exactly the same effect with most of the people. So the technology is not one made accidentally, it's repeated 140 times. So it's not a technology, it's an industry. It's a commercial system. We can put these reactors in the batches of 40 or 100 and send them to anywhere around the world, and then you fit it into the frame you receive, and voila, you have the system. We have units which are sitting in China. We can distribute these systems by the end of this year. The body will come from China, and the systems will come from the Keshe Foundation in Austria. We have a team which can replicate. The first 6 systems will be in full capacity use in German operation next month. You can literally from anywhere around the world go to the doctors who originally started with a field detector of Keshe Foundation in their surgery and literally go through a specific condition preset in the center in Germany. This is for refreshing and energizing your body and the cells, and then you see what you get out of it. It's the job of the doctors to see and to observe and to evaluate, and then with us to improve the system. As many of you know, Keshe Foundation is not in a medical game, we are in a space game. As you go into space nowadays, and we've seen in the past 30, 40 years, the fields of the universe have made some of our astronauts and cosmonauts and whatever notes crazy or blind or mentally unstable due to the interaction of the fields of the universe with them. We have covered all those. That will not happen to you. In the system which you will go in, you're protected. You're in the cocoon of your own energy. No one can interfere with unless you allow it to interfere with itself. Which means we come to a point that what is known as psychosomatic, now the same cycle works out with somatic of the body of the man to put it right. This is the beauty of what I call correction by itself, balancing by itself, understanding by itself, developing by itself, and then in that process, bringing the changes by itself to the body of the man. How much, how far you as knowledge seekers will develop this is entirely up to you. And the scientific organizations which go beyond it and before it, and in understanding it, we who are ready to prepare for the delivery of the totality. We are ready to deliver the understanding of the system. We are ready to work, not in understanding the system, but to see how you interact with the system. In many ways, the business of setting up the technology has taken a long time, but now it's not just the physical technology, is a scientific space energy connection. And it needs to be understood, and it needs to be set up that it brings that change to many of us. You got to realize, as I said, they said, oh, he made 1 unit and worked. We have made plus 140 units, plus many other units which are sitting in the background that is developed and it'll be coming in to repeat. You got to understand, when you sat in the seat 1, most of the people felt the same. When you sat in the system 2, most of the people felt the same. When they sat on the chair number 3, most of the people felt the same. So the system is repeatable. And all it needs to choose who does, who doesn't. And we understood beautifully. Those who come in deliberately to say it doesn't work because they want to block it. It's like when you block receiving the love. Somebody can love you as much as you like, but I don't want this love. I want something else. It's like being married and you find a mistress. The love you receive all the time from the wife is not good enough because I'm not prepared to receive it, even though it's always the same and even better than before, because I want to receive another love. This is what we clearly saw in the systems. People who come in and deliberately block themselves to receive, or they come to stop receiving but saying they want to receive because they're not ready to handle the change. But we see the change comes afterwards when we talk to them weeks and days later on, that you know something happened because you blocked the system, but the system has got you, as we say, by the neck of the fields of your soul, interaction of the fields of your life. Physically, you say no, but emotionally and soul-wise, you have been trapped into it. I said to an Iranian friend of ours in the Keshe Foundation, this machine is, for the people who go in it, is like the Iranian girls. Iranian girls push you on the table, no, I don't want you. They pull you by the leg on the table, I love you. Creates a confusion, but it depends which ones you want to accept. The hand in the front, or the push of the leg under the table, which on the table is the soul of you, and the push away by the hand is you to say, no, I want to say, no, it didn't work because it suits me that way. But we reach you. Once you go into the system, you are receiving the fields of the universe. Does not matter how you fight it, because you fight in the physical dimension, but the soul works underneath. It elevates you. It brings you to understand, and it brings you to be aware. In many ways, we are ready to deliver a technology which man and mankind understand and makes it responsible, absolutely responsible for its totality of its environment. Where you live, the plants which live around you, the trees you brought as a hostage from Africa to Europe to work, you got them by the body, but you haven't transferred your souls. The birds which you brought from one continent to another, you trapped their physicality, but the soul still belongs to the position. All of these will come to an end. If I want to be here for you to enjoy me, I have to be in a position to be happy with my conditional soul. When you go to a greenhouse and you see a plant, looks like a plant from another continent in your area, but does not have that freshness, does not have that joy. It's very much the man has not understood the captured lion in the zoos of Europe is exactly like a captured plant in the greenhouses of Europe. We see the what I call the sadness in the eye of a lion. We see the same in the emotion of the plant. And these are the things which mankind has forgotten, hasn't forgotten, never understood. When you look at a plant which is from Africa or Brazil or whatever, and then you look at the plant in Brazil, the same, you see a big difference. You feel the emotion of the difference. We ignored it because it was good for us to ignore, because we captured the slaves. We took them from Africa, made them slaves, and took them to America and whatever. But they're not the slaves. They don't fit into the environment. There is still a freedom of the soul of Africa within them. And it's so the same with the lion, and so the same with the plant, which we take as granted that we took a plant from such a place, and look how good it looks. Did you ask it? How does it feel to be in captivity and not the air, the strength you need? It's just the food you're given because in the air, and you force it. Have you ever thought what it means to be a captivated plant in the environment which is not for it to be? But what we learn from what we do with the people of the universe, would we bring them back to Earth and lock them up in the field zones that it shows who they are for the others to see? Or do we invite them, would you like to be here and show your beauty? It's different when you take them to the grandma by drag out the hand of the mom because we're going to grandma, you come, or you run ahead, we're going to grandma because I love to be at grandma's house. This is what we have to learn. This is the purpose of all these experiments. This is the purpose of how setting up these things. As I said, we run your MAGRAPH systems. We run your tests. And speaking about the MAGRAPH system, all of you said it doesn't work. There is something wrong with it. We have a beautiful news for you. The MAGRAPH system set. I think our Iranian team are here to confirm to you with the electricity bill they received this week. I think if you could have the internet, which is now banned by the Iranian officials to talk, usually they chose the two houses, exactly the same, two apartments in the same building. They received the bill after 11 months, more or less, 10, 11 months. Keshe Foundation apartment use for 10 months shows electricity bill of $8, which is about 80 cents a month. As we've been told, the next door, or same apartment in the same building, has received the bill around about $20, $30 a month. So we built the MAGRAPH system. We built the system for the two sets of the houses in Tehran, and the data confirms both the same. And we have seen a difference. How come? When we build the MAGRAPH, set it up the way we taught you, we get 80 cents a month electricity bill for all the air conditioning of the summer, the heating of the winter, and everything else. And next to those neighbors pay massively more, massively much more for the same. In a way, what I was told, the same unit next door, this is my neighbor, this is the writing of our team in Tehran. Per month, that is 25 days, is $45. That's each month. And the Keshe Foundation setup pays 80 cents. So we teach you, but you don't want to understand what we teach, what we put is for you as knowledge seekers to understand. and to be able to follow the process and to see it and to be able to expand the knowledge on it, to understand the process of understanding and how we do it, how we expand it, and how we will expand on it. We will bring the process and we will change the process, we'll add to it. And what I said before, I post you a copy of the writing of the report which we have received, that we can see this is what has come in. Same unit next door, my neighbor, per month, 25 days, $45. Now you see how the systems work. Now you see how the structure works. Now you see how we work in putting everything back together to be able to let you do the things first. When you can't do it, when we do it, we show the difference. The understanding of the work is understanding the process of the interaction of the field. How the fields interact and how the interaction of the fields creates the condition for achieving the new, what we call dimensions, the new totality, and at the same time, to understand how things can work. And what we teach, if you can follow, what we teach, if you understand it, how to follow, it brings that change. It brings that step. It brings that understanding of the process of interaction of the fields. Does not matter in a MAGRAPH, in a flight system, and in the process of understanding the totality. What we do, what we set up, is now to understand the interaction of the fields. If we could enhance the energy by so much in the MAGRAPH system, the same structure of understanding of the MAGRAPH system is used in enhancement units, in the flight unit, in what we call the vision unit. And this process brings us the understanding of the totality. This brings us to understand how fields interact and what their interaction brings to which part, in a physical direction, or in the emotional direction, or in the sense of the totality of the emotion and physicality together. Try to connect the being center. Try to understand its position in the field and try to see what it brings you. Because it is not us anymore. The gift is free to all to access it. And we can pick up one by one. And in what we call transmutation to bring you here. The whole process is to create that satellite condition. We set up this structure this week, is literally to connect with as much as we can across this planet. That when it comes to transmutation and transportation and mobile system, we already have established a line of connection. This is the reason for it. As we said, when you come into the system, you make a connection. Now the system is out there to establish that connection with everything. That when it comes to you, it is totally connected. It already has worked. As we said, if you remember in the previous teachings, when somebody comes in and says, I had no feeling, it didn't make any effect for me, we tell them to come back the second time. And out of all the 100+ people who went through the system, only 1 or 2 people The second time and the third time, they say it does nothing to me. Then we have to find out what it doesn't do. Is in a way we've seen the people who come to confirm in a physical condition that they are in control and they decide what they receive. And in a way, if you don't want to go to the grammar, we don't drag you. We leave you till you're ready. Everybody else is gone. I should have gone with them too. In that process, we bring everything to be as it planned to be, a structure to be, and hopefully many of you start feeling, start connecting. And as I said, we are ready to go. We are just about setting everything up to go. The first enhancement unit will be start getting out this next few weeks. And then with it, we deliver the systems through Austria to all of you to be able to use it, to be able to fly with it, to be able to work the way we set up, like the magnets. We gave you the magnet 7 years. And now we show it the way we do it, does the same. Now the enhancement units. We will deliver the initial enhancement units to those who order it. If your structure is set up, and we start sending the units across. We have come, and we will come to an arrangement in complete with the American government in the next few hours, next couple of days. And the units to United States will go in. This is in response to what we've seen and the decision made that we do. Once we come to agreement with the Americans in the coming couple of days, the enhancement units to United States will be released. The unit in Uruguay will go through. The Chinese who ordered the units and they found the refund, you have to show us you have a place to receive it. Within 48 hours, we deliver the first unit to you in Chinese, and the rest will come through. It's your responsibility, according to the contract you signed, to have the facility and the doctors and the scientists to monitor the changes. So those of you who ordered your enhancement unit, we start going through with the delivery of the first unit in the next 2 or 3 weeks, because the first units are built and we start using it accordingly. The unit into Germany will be moved and we start the operation. As I said, putting the unit working yesterday has brought a lot of facts, how we had to change things. And in fact, I was not happy with what I saw in past 4 weeks happening in Tehran and around Iran. And what brought us to conclusion was what we saw in Ukraine. Our commitment to the Iranian nation stays the same. Our commitment to the Iranian government was that our technology and what it brings should not cross the borders of Iran. We never been aggressive for 300 years and it should have stayed. And now they start things in a different way. We respond the same way. You open the technology rapidly as of today, and hopefully within the next few days, we will come to an agreement with the American government and the Europeans for release of the technology rapidly on the enhancement units. So our Chinese friend who are looking for the system, your system is down the road. You have to pay the balance of what you committed yourself. Show us the premises you have. Show us the doctors who accept the responsibility. We have a doctor in China who would accept the responsibility for it. And we deliver the enhancement to you within the next 48 hours. We are ready to go. And we know this time you cannot copy our systems, even for the Chinese. And we invite the Americans to copy it because we don't see America as a land of freedom. We see in America an opening for the nation for what is to come. Rick, would you like to change the screen? On the other hand, all of you who are ready to accept the technology You have to be ready to accept the consequences and the beauty which the technology brings. It has to be set, and it will be set up, that we start delivering the whole of the technology in one go as of this week. We are not worried about what it can do. We are looking forward to what it brings and what will change and what it will show. And the systems we deliver should bring that changes which we are looking for. And it will be interesting to see how the rest of you enjoy the new technology. It is not coming to LINS anymore. It is where you can go near to enjoy it near you and how you can become part of it. Thank you very much for today. I hope you got enough, you know what's come, and try to link and join with the LINS Center. It's like a love of the Creator. It's really a spreading. It's there if you're ready to receive it. And we'll see how things turn up. And if there are any questions, please let us know after the break. And we'll make a few more new things which is sitting in the Keshe Foundation, but a lot of you that might use for the development of the technology. Rick, would you like us to take us? If you can, instead of playing the regular things, show the pictures and the paintings and the health units and the new discs, that people can see what is on the side, not what regular systems which you can show if it's possible.
I'm sorry, you want me to show the things in the
store.
Shop? In the store. Okay,
yes.
Sure.
And if you can explain it, you can read it. People can see what is technology, because we get the same things every week.
Mm-hmm.
The new discs have come in. It took us nearly 2 years to produce 10 new discs. With this disc, you will learn, we'll do a lot in the future. It's taken months to produce these 2 units, and it's a pair of them, which they come back in. If you got it there, there's a new sculpture which is coming, and new paintings which has been added to the system. There are new products, new paint pens, new paint pads, which is coming out of the factory in Iran. We start delivering those in next month or 2. So the paint pads, which we stopped about a few months ago, they are back into stock from next week or so, but this time it's a new production, and there's about 3,000 pens, which is more or less completed in Iran. The Magram units coming out of the Iranian factory. They got the new, what we call gas production, which the Iranian team has evolved in evaluation of the production, and they have increased, according to their statistic, more than 6 or 7 times than the normal production. They have added, they've adjusted it, and it works beautifully in production of gases. Would you like to go ahead? I'll leave it to you to explain.
Okay, well, what came up, or one link that I have, is for the plasma field mirrors, which we see on the screen here now. And let me put the link, the direct link for that, into our chat for everyone. And into the other chats as well. Okay, I messed up the last one. Let me do that again. There we go. Okay, so this is the plasma field mirrors. And you can see from the images about the size and kind of what they look like. They stay inside the packages. And it says plasma field mirrors, handy and portable educational tools. They help you to interact with plasmatic fields and to release emotional blockage. They bring balance to your entire fields. They're made in more than 30 to 40 nano-coding sessions. During this time, we cover up the wide spectrum of field interactions between the soul and body inside the nanostructure, using the special combination of ganses in conjunction with nanolayers. To create the strongly compressed field, the process takes an average between 2 and 3 months for one mirror. The mirrors are designed to be used as a pair, one mirror for each hand. They're also highly recommended to be used in conjunction with every type of plasma unit. Additionally, they can be used to build and test plasmatic systems. And it mentions that the mirrors are sealed in order to protect from damage of the nano-coating material. So do not open, it says.
You see, the thing is with this mirrors, it's like now we see it with the paintings. When people go in between them in a bigger scale, but a looser way. This was put out 3-4 years ago. And every year we can produce a very limited number. As you said, it takes 2-3 months to produce one pair. And 10 of them has been released this week by the Keshe Foundation manufacturing. And it takes us another year or two to do any more of them. It's very time consuming. And as I said, the bigger version of it is the paintings. People go in between the paintings and feel the changes or the fields. Now you see it, what we released. But this is much stronger. It's a much stronger field. And it's very useful, especially for those of you who join the transmutation on the mobile system. We'll tell you, as we said, you need a stereo system. These systems will tell you how to connect to be able to bring that much more balanced fields for the transmutation. It's very limited number. It's for, again, we release it. Those of you who bought the previous one and these will come to you for testing on their transportation and transmutation in the very near future. Carry on.
Okay, let's see what else we have here. Well, in new released products, well, we have the satellite and flight simulation experiences, but also, as Mr. Keshe mentioned, there's the GANS paintings. And I think we showed, well, I know we've shown these before, and a number of them are sold out. You can see most of the previous ones that were shown are now sold out.
Yeah, we have commissioned, we have requested for 2 artists to gather the works of the GANs, and we support them with the ganses which is necessary for them to set up the first painting exhibition of the Keshe Foundation. We have talked to the people who do art exhibitions. We gave them the premises of the Keshe Foundation on the 2 floors amongst all the systems we have set up. So soon you can enter or attend or come to the first GANS art exhibition. And talking to one of our knowledge seekers who work closely with us, he has offered us an exhibition center in Venice, in Italy, for the show of the work of the artist. He's a very good knowledge seeker working with around the foundation, and setting up art galleries is his work. And he's agreed to, or he likes to run the exhibition. So the artists who start working with the GANs, we give you an international platform that not only shows the beauty of the GANs, but it shows how it's used in another way. aligned with the same thing. If you remember, our knowledge seeker from France a few weeks ago showed the use of the gas production in the vineyards of France. In the next couple of weeks, hopefully, the Keshe Foundation for the first time will put these bottles of wines, which has been sent to Keshe Foundation, that if any of you would like to order, we put you most probably through directly to the what we call the vineyard. The arrangement has to be made, or Keshe Foundation puts you through the facilities that you can order wines which are made through GAN system production, which Joel showed us, and then we'll go for that process, depending what he agrees. Arrangements are made with the vineyard and the delivery. So we start actually showing the art and agricultural products of the gas production. Carry on, Rick.
Okay, and well, we've seen some of the previous images. I'm not sure if I think these ones might be sold now. No, Loop says Loop is still available. Don't know if that's updated or not, but Loop would be the infinity loop here. And they come as a pair. So yeah, that's one new product. And there's also, we have this sculpture work, plasma spiral and plasma pyramid.
One of the sculptures is already sold. This sculpture is already sold. And there's a second one which is coming in. Will go, I don't know if it's already been put on. This one is sold. It was sold the first days. We start showing the application of the GANSs. If you're an artisan, as we said, you can bring your work and allows you to show what capabilities the technology has.
Okay. And what else do we have here?
The new maghraf systems from Iran is more or less the same.
This one here, the home enhancement plasma power unit.
Yes, there is a number of these which is sold. We're waiting for export licenses to be issued in Iran to be shipped out, and should be done within the next month or so. These enhancement units, our team in Iran tell us, is much more effective than the maghraf units, which is so creating $8 bill. And they think it reaches it much faster because they're testing it, they see it. As I was told, you hardly see any amperage usage, which means no power is used. And it will be interesting to see for those who bought it, especially in the US. Now we're going to arrange with the Americans to ship the goods out directly to the US, how it will manifest itself, how it will show itself.
Mr. Keshe, this mentions this is a trial system and so on, and that
yes.
The offer ended the 20th of July.
It stays the same, but now the delivery of those who ordered is getting done. The materials has been put together, structured. Now we have to get export certificates, licenses, and permissions for it to be.
All right.
The only energy system which Keshe Foundation now offers is the present maghraf systems and what they call the combination electric gas unit, which is to be delivered from January onwards. Okay, shall we done the commercialization part. Would you like to see if you can go on the questions? If you're an artist, if you do anything, not necessarily with art, if you develop something, we had Canadians with us last week or the week before, and they brought with them something, but they left it on their bus or a train, I don't know. And I said to them, bring it in. If you find it, get it back to us. We promote you. We promote the material you make. And it's there. We open our patents for you to be able to enjoy it and develop with your knowledge. Now we give you the ground for it to do, to be able to show what you can commercialize. And soon we get more and more. The news website hopefully gets completed. And you can literally run your shop on the back of the Keshe Foundation shop. In the next few weeks, hopefully when our team complete this, you can, like what we call Amazon or whatever, open your own shop on the website of the Keshe Foundation, the store of the Keshe Foundation, as a commerce, what do you call it, website, from B to B or A to B, or whichever you want to do it. And this allows, that's what we said. What about setting up the intellectual know-how and research website? You come up with something, you put it there, and it's the responsibility of people to respect it and to help you or to cover you for what they use from your technology. Okay, let's go to anything else.
Okay. Well, we had a couple of questions about the plasma field mirrors here. Maybe we should address.
Yeah.
Can the mirrors be shared with others, with loved ones, and so on, or are they personal?
I don't think they're personal. This is a field interaction. You can use it, and they just came out the right time, especially for the mobile units. They came just about the right time. I don't know if it'll take us another month, 2 months, maybe next year sometime, we'll release some more. But those who buy this, we keep a track of and we come back to you. We tell you how to set them up to use them as a stereo head unit, but this one we can use for transmutation very rapidly. And it's only what I call 10 sets of them. And this gives us a very good, what do you call it, test ground, pure field for transmutation.
So Malcolm asks, can you expand on what the mirrors actually do, please?
The mirrors are multi-layer fields, and each layer creates a combination of different fields which covers a large spectrum of fields. Being black, they only absorb, but that's what is our thinking. But in fact, they radiate more than they absorb. And it's like a black hole, but this time we decide the black hole. And as very much like what we call in plates, if you remember, we take the plates, we nano-coat them and non-nano-coated, or we put 2 nano-coated plates in a GANS box. Now the media is what is in between it. So even being black, they still radiate fields towards each other, to each other, and how they interact with each other. And this is interesting for what I call the understanding of the interaction of the field. It is not just that one goes to one direction or absorbs everything. We preset these layers. And when you have 30, 40 layers of gases, what you call nanomaterial, to create that one layer, you need at least another 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 layers to make that layer. So it's a combination. It's combination of combination. increasing the multitude of layers. This is what we are looking at. Increasing what we call the possibility of creation of more different field strength. And it's unique to make these. It has a lot of applications and a lot of what we call, you enjoy it if you can feel it, if you can feel the fields interaction, you will understand it very quickly, the things you can do with it.
Okay, that's a good answer. Thank you. Okay, we'll go back to our previous programming here. Let me get shared properly. Okay, now we have a hand up here from someone that's dear to us. Hello, Armin. Would you like to open your microphone there? Hello? Hello, Armin, are you at the mic? Your microphone's open, but we don't hear you yet. Still can't hear you, Armin. Hello, Armin, do you mean to have your microphone open? Can you hear us? Can you indicate something? I don't think he knows his microphone's open somehow.
Switch it off and it comes back on.
Okay. All right, you can turn your microphone on, Armin, if you get connected there. Okay, I had a question in the Q&A from Carlos, who says, "Good morning, Mr. Keshe and all Keshe knowledge seekers. I observe that many knowledge seekers struggle to understand about the power of the emotion of presence in the formation of the Peace Summit, the Improvement Unit, and the uplifting of the soul of world leaders. Could you guide us better about this knowledge? Thank you for the guidance."
Can you repeat the question?
He says, "I observe that many knowledge seekers struggle to understand about the power of the emotion of presence in the formation of the Peace Summit, the Improvement Unit, and the uplifting of the soul of world leaders. Could you guide us better about this knowledge?"
It's something you interact with the world leaders, with anyone, because we are made of all the same. We are made from the same amino acid. And you might have a dream about a world leader one day, but now with concentrating and directing all the fields to one direction, we make it possible to extend, to increase that possibility of interaction and how they perceive and how they see and how you make a connection. In one of the trial we had a couple of weeks ago with the Canadians, if I remember correctly, one of them said he met with Putin, I think, if I'm correct, or he interacted with him. He spoke about something else, but not about war or whatever. So it gives that opportunity. We've seen people who in the system, they speak to Pope or they have a connection. It's what they wanted to do. We do not create what we call a private phone number connection. We create a condition for what I call the souls to meet or to connect, to interact, to be part of. And that's all it is. It's not that we give you a private line to, it's you who opens that channel themselves. But it's not a magic show. It's not that it's going to be something different. It's not that it's going to be, we have a special connection and access you can use us to reach creation. We concentrate, we put all, this is what it can be explained in an easy way. If war has a field of strength, if anger has a field of strength, so has a peace a field of strength. So when we concentrate on the strength of the field of peace, this is what happens. This is what we see. This is what we perceive. We set it up to, what do you call it, to reach that point. We want to feel a joy. We go to a place to find something to make us happy. We create a condition that we want peace. And for that, we create a field of strength of, the way we create field of strength of the joy or happiness or laughter. That's all it is. It's no magic, it's not something we do special. We just learn that we have access to such a tool. And how we want to use that tool. And that's straightforward about what is happening and what you do when you use it for any effect. You were not aware of it. Now you have it. You can use it. You can evolve it, and you can enter it. Any other question?
A question in YouTube from Spearfront that's come up actually a couple of weeks now. It's a GANs question. It says, what is the best ratio between two of the same GANs to get the best field flow strength between them?
It's how many man you want to put against another man. To push a stone and one pushing against or moving in a specific direction. But this time you're talking a field strength. Sorry, I dropped my headphone. Just 1 second. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, my headphone got trapped in the hook. So it is how much you want to do by the ratio of magnitude of order. It's not if you do 1 to 2, you will get double the effect. It's an order of magnitude of how many gases. We don't have a gas counter at the moment to, what do you call it, to measure the exact amount. We don't have, what do you call it, we haven't developed technologies to measure the exact fields. Today, this morning, I was explaining to our team how to make the very preliminary field strength, current strength measurement tools for our systems. Because with a voltmeter, with the ammeter, we can connect to measure matter state. We have field detectors, which we built years ago in Switzerland. But we don't have a plasmatic field detectors yet. This is what to come by research and development. And then we'll see what the next step will be. But 1 to 2 ratio, was it the same amount of GANs which you chose? Because a drop of GANs has thousands and hundreds of thousands different than another drop. GANs amount in it. So this comes as evolution, as a process. We learn how we have to detect, and is it of the same isotope of the GANs, or is it different isotopes? And how many of each? The way in matter state now we can pinpoint. It takes time with the research and development to pinpoint and develop that side. But in essence, when you do 1:2 ratio, did you exactly measure the same amount of drops? And was it the same density of the gases in the liquid when you chose, or water? And one of the best ways I've learned is don't use gases, but use gas water, which is an amalgamation of the fields. And that's why we always say use a gas water and not a gas.
Okay. What else do we have here? We have a hand up with Salamia. Would you like to go ahead, Salamia?
Yes, thank you, Rick. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Hello, everybody. I'm so glad that your unit of fly is an instrument for creating peace, because I am peace. I am Salomea, which means peace. So my aim on this earth is to bring peace at the soul level, and I am so happy that I found you, and together with the foundation we can create peace on this earth. My question now is related with this conflict of at international level with Ukraine and Russia and Keshe technology and Iran. Do you think that Iran utilize your technology on this war and on this conflict, and what we can do to stop them? You start to say something, but I didn't understand very well. Could you clarify? Thank you.
What do you mean by I started something?
I mean, at diplomatical level, because at the soul level we do, but I know that you are involved in diplomacy. I don't know if still conference on Vienna, diplomatic conference is still on.
The diplomatic talks on a 5+1 is ongoing. It's reached a point of conclusion. It's just that every time one moves, the other one changes the post slightly, and then they react to it and they change something else and they start negotiating on a new point. The principle and it is ongoing, and we see
Hello, Mr. Keshe. I don't think we're able to hear you right now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now.
Yeah, so we have to see what the other bits will come to. And it's not a diplomacy. It's now we see there's another, what do you call it? What we call a spanner in the work with the situation which has happened in Iran with the whatever is going internally. And there's another new development. Again, we've seen, as you said, use of the technologies of very primitive use of technology, which is pinpointing towards Iran, in Ukraine. And these are not acceptable in any shape or form with the way we work. And we see how things will come, and we'll see how things will take shape. And it's not the way we envisage the work. The Iranian nation is a peaceful nation. You got to understand that the government of a nation is not necessarily the people of the nation. Hitler was Austrian, and he took Germany into war as a leader. Because he had a different criterion, and he built his way that way. We see this now in certain sections of actors of different governments. And as I always said, just because you got mustache is not your uncle. And this is what we have, and this is what we need to add to. This is what we want to add to. We communicate with all sides. We stay loyal to the nation of Iran, the same as we support every other actions and what we do and what we move. It is for the, what you call, how the governments take this position and what will turn up. As I just explained about the time of Hitler, if you remember, when they had these rockets, the very first rocket we got to know, they just pointed them at a certain direction and it landed wherever it landed in London. The new drones we see used in Ukraine pointed to having the source of production in Iran. They are of the same. There's no, it's one of the most basic systems you could ever build. And they say it's so primitive, but I don't look at it that way, as I explained to the American officials. The way we look at it, they made it so primitive that no electronic jamming can come into it. It's looking at the whole principle in a different way. Does it use our technology at this primitive stage? No, because we have made systems so complicated to interact, to jam. These systems fly literally on the seat of their pants, as we get reports and we see is coming out of what we see in Kiev. So it is to understand, are they using Keshe Foundation technology? I don't know yet. We believe not, because it's a very sophisticated, if it comes in, and those who see us tell us what we can report on, these are very primitive systems. But it's been built in a different direction. But is there a need for such a thing? Well, it's something we have to see how we can handle it, how it can be processed, how our, what do you call it, the next step will be. There's a huge worry. I was talking to a couple of people in the past few days. If what we saw in Tehran in the past few weeks and what we see now, reports in other direction. Would these people stop with this process, or seeing it as a success and they can do what they like, would them bring to become more arrogant? We see more hotspots created. And this is why what we call the elevation of the soul of these leaders needed to be done. And we'll see what we come up with and how we come up with and what we see. But we do take actions to, what do you call it, to interact and to be part. And we sit there to, what do you call it, advise or bring a new position and to be part of to create peace through technology. We are not in time of Da Vinci, going from one house to another, offering better tools and creating another dimension that creates the next one to be more powerful. We have to share the technology that everybody stays equal and cannot be abused and create that condition of peace. And this is what we are sitting in with. And this is what we are looking for. And according to what we had in the first week of January this year, peace talks was 100% completed. Till both sides moved the goalpost as they thought they have an upper hand in January, and then we saw it in March, what happened. And interaction of other nations came into it, and talks are complete. Peace talks 5+1 is 97, 99% complete. But we see new sanctions put added. That aggravated the situation. But Iranian moved again to, and in the past few days, what we see coming out of Ukraine definitely creates a bigger, tighter restriction sanctions on bigger layer of Iranian organizations, because they got involved in something which should have not been involved in a way, as they see it, as the other side see it. And the biggest worry for us as a Keshe Foundation is if this escalates and one of these missiles by accident or deliberately hits one of the nuclear power stations. We've seen energy points have been targeted heavily by these attacks from both sides. But would it come push to shove and shove to push, where one decides, now I'm going to do something. And the largest nuclear power station in Europe sits in Ukraine. And we already know a lot of problems in there with the IAEA trying to keep some hold on it. But what is the outcome? We do not know. As I informed IAEA, we have brought materials on hold, and we are producing materials if need be, as many of you saw with Fukushima, when Yukoko went to Fukushima and tested and showed the absorption of the fields, and then TEPCO took over the other parts of it, which we gave the analysis and the work with. This is part of the work we do. But essentially, we stay the same. I know as Romanians, many of you are worried about your borders with Ukraine, and a number of Ukrainians are coming through your borders and what is get transported across borders. But in essence, this is still a war between churches, not between nations. The what we call Russian Catholic Orthodox Church is part of the government and part of the structure of the two working teams. The same is Vatican and the other parts. Any other question?
Thanks so much.
Okay. We have a question in YouTube from Peng Peter. If a universal community chooses to come to Earth and wishes to manifest itself as a man, will he or she land as an adult in physical form, or as a child, a newborn, or an elder?
They are already here in all shapes. It's not that there's going to be a time when you call, you see a UFO and you see people or you see the lights. You're already interacting with them. It's how we interact and what we get from it counts. It's not something it's going to happen. It'll be a doomsday, it will be a day of interaction. It'll be more open, it'll be more transparent, it'll be much more learning. And as I said, it's not learning one way, it's a learning for both sides. And amongst us, or us amongst them, is not something new. So when you're hoping that universal community, I had somebody written recently that Mr. Keshe and a lady in London meet in a universal community. I've never been there to meet, but they use my name to give themselves credibility. I meet with Mr. Keshe in universal community. What a nonsense. But yes, we meet on Earth in teachings and the rest of it. But they started these things, we've seen especially from the Romanians, that they have a special, or they're part of universe. We are all part of universal community because we are part of the universe. Doesn't give anybody privilege. And I see this especially in Romanian community and a couple of other communities, that especially it's been said, we meet with Mr. Keshe in universal community. Yes, we meet Earth as part of the universal community for the rest. And they try to use it to make themselves credible. If you do, please give me the address where the meeting was. At least we know we attended somewhere without knowing, even at the soul level. Any other question? We are part of an existing structure. We are not oddity. We are not something kept in a black box away from anybody else. If you go to the caves of central France, you see the drawings from thousands of years ago of UFOs on the walls of the caves. So it's not something we just see. And if they've been there that long, how many of them have stayed behind? It was a beautiful place to live.
Okay, we have a question from Paulo in the Q&A. I'm not sure if it will make sense without us looking into it. It says, Mr. Keshe, how much can Spinoza's thought help us in understanding plasma science?
Can somebody explain to me what is Spinoza?
Spinoza, I've been trying to look up here, and our friend Google, is there's a person involved, and it's a philosophy or a way of life, apparently. And it's often identified as pantheism, the doctrine that God and the world are the same thing, which conflicts with both Jewish and Christian teachings, it mentions.
What? Repeat again.
Spinoza, this Baruch Spinoza, who is this, let's look him up in Wikipedia, maybe that will help. He's a Dutch philosopher in the 1670s. Important philosopher. Well, we have to get into it here, I guess. It's all about how he's rejected by these various communities and so on. And
What do you see?
Okay, for Spinoza, the whole of the natural universe is made of one substance, God, or what's the same, nature, and its modifications or modes.
So what was the question again?
I don't know how to get into this simply. It's all about philosophy and about how he's defined God as a substance consisting of infinite attributes, each of which expresses eternal and infinite essence. And since no cause or reason can prevent such a being from existing, it therefore must exist.
Yeah.
And so on and so forth, a bunch of arguments for and against and so on. So Paulo's asking how much can the thought of Spinoza, or people who follow him, apparently, his philosophy, help us in understanding plasma science? I would say that so far we haven't needed it to understand any of the plasma science, but maybe it will help somebody get to the point where they start to appreciate plasma science somehow through this person. But it seems like a lot to get into here without giving it proper time. You'd probably need an hour to argue the ins and outs if you don't know it already.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's move along.
I think you answered a good question.
Okay, we have a few more hands up here. We have Lynn. You can go ahead. Then we have Dimitri and Dean after that.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. The question from one knowledge seeker, he said he has mentioned you said in your first health teaching, you said once human beings has found the meaning of life, have no greedy, but just live happily, then human being will live on Earth for 600 or 700 years, or even 1,000 or 2,000 years, just like the other creatures in the universe. So you mentioned that the trees has lived in jungle for several thousand years. Is that different from human? And can human not live in that long? So human live only because of their own choice and fingerprint embedded in bone structures. So he want to ask, what do you mean by understand the meaning of life? What does this mean? So if we understand this, can extend our life.
We see long living trees in a stable conditions, stable areas. You see olive trees. We've seen olive trees in south of Italy years ago. They lived hundreds of thousands of years, as they say, it's sometimes 2,000 years old. And they don't destroy them, they literally pick them up and replant them somewhere else to survive. what brings the stability of long life? Why man's life is short? Why animals' life, or someone as we said last time, some lives are just a few seconds, few minutes, and a few days, or man lives longer. Is it because we consume too much, or is it we spend too fast the energy? What happened to the people who live longer? Did they, or do they have a stable psychological and physiological and food pattern? Or have they come from the genes who did this and survived longer, and it's in their genes? And now we live longer because we interfere with medical interference. Something goes wrong with heart, something goes wrong with the leg, we just operate or change something. Living a life, 50 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, it depends how much we take, how much we give, and what is the level of maturity of the soul. And I think we met a guy in China, he was saying he was 250 something years old, 50 years old, 2-3 years ago. We met Secretary of Mao Zedong at 100 years is tall and walking like a 40, 50-year-old man. Was the secret of taking, was the secret of living that they have found, or it's been in their ancestral gene, it's been developed further and further and further? But essentially, if we, physical life on this planet has two levels. One, how we live in the physical dimension, and what is the size of the soul which needs to be fulfilled within the center of body of the man that reaches point of maturity. Is our soul reached the point of maturity after 5 years to fill up its cup, as we call it? Or does it need, or be expanded to be 50 years or 100 years? We live a two-cycle life. We live a physical life, we live an energy cycle life. And when the energy and the physical match up, then we see the difference. Then we see the separation. And each one's cup is not the same. In the future, this is something which we plan to expand into understanding for the knowledge, for the science to understand, is that what is the size, what's the capacity, what is the density of the field of the soul of the man in the center of the brain of the man? Is it a small sun? Is it a giant sun? And the soul can only expand to the size of that gap. As I said many times, a solar system cannot expand, the universe cannot expand unless there's a room that it allows it to expand into. You can have a very big balloon, a small room, you can blow as much as you like it. It cannot get bigger than the room is given to. Or you can have a balloon, you blow it to the shape, to the size of this room you're giving it to. One thing which we have not understood, and at the moment is not even, man has not even come to understand it, is we should be able to, like the way we see the stars. We said the sun is the smallest star. And we have another star which is 50,000 times, 1 million times bigger than our sun. What allowed it to expand to that to be? Or does it give it a bigger strength because it's so bigger? With a very small neutron sun, do the same job as the sun, which is a million times bigger than it. These are the investigations for the scientists in the future in regard to the brain of the man. So when it comes to our birth, when it comes at the point of birth, now we go and we get tested, and they tell you what gender you're going to be, what diseases you're going to have, and the rest of it. And in some countries, they even tell you the month you're born with the size and your weight, what level you'll be in the population, how tall at the highest level or medium level height or whatever. And when you follow the chart, you see it fits into it because there's so much data. In a coming time, when we become more mature in this subject, with the soul of the child in the womb of the mother and the size of it, the light of it, whatever, we should be able to say the maturity point of the life of the child separation from physicality. That's for sure. When now we didn't have ultrasounds, we didn't have MRIs, we didn't have things. We built the technology, we built the machines, and with this we can say how old the child is, and when is going to be the date of birth and everything else of it. In a coming time, we can literally, if you understand now the size and the source and the strength of the fields of the soul, the position of it, now we know where it is, we should give us a very good indication that how long will it take to fill this cup up, considering the expansion, the growth, and the space will be given by the size of the brain and the rest of it. It would not be a surprise to the parents if the doctor tells you this child will live 2 hours after birth, or 20 years or 40 years, the way we now say, but this disease, you're going to die at this time. Because now we understand the space, the energy, we can see the strength of it, and we say, okay, if you leave this position in this part of the universe, you will live 1 million years. If you live in this position, this out of the fields of it, you live 10 years. This is the part of the knowledge. We see this a lot in the enhancement unit. In enhancement units, we see a lot of things. It gives us a lot of indications of these kind of behaviors. In few cases, we see it very clearly. The soul still has expansion to do. The soul has, but we do not know the size of the room in the brain. We don't have an MRI of it. We don't have the physically find the position of it. In some part of the brain, the material has grown into the space of the soul. So soul has already interacting in a physical dimension as a field. It's like you have different magnetic field on the earth, which everything is reverse of, but you don't see it, but it's part of the environment. We see these things, then we have to learn. Then we can assess the length of life in a physical dimension, or if we say, okay, the child is going to live 5 years, we decide, because we have a control, we understand the soul, to let the child grow in the soul level, which is unlimited. And as we are versed with the understanding of the work of the soul, then we live to the dimension of existence of that soul. And you're here for thousands of years. This is what I said with this technology, is what is to come. What is set to come is what is planned by our physical dimension and everything else. We see now people live longer life, but we see in the past we went from 10, 20 years life to 30, 40, 50 years life. We doubled it. Now we live 50 to 100. We're doubling this. But what is the quality of that life? We live 20 years, fully effective. We created, we made children, they grew up. Why? How did humanity grow so fast? from a few creatures to start with. We live shorter life, effective life. We created a few, and then they did the same. Does this long life of 100 years, 120 years, where we are productive from age of, let's say, 12, 15 to 35, 40, and then you have the rest of the life which is non-productive in regeneration of the next cycle of life. Has it got a purpose? Or is it just to be in? Just to be alive? We have to decide. If we still stay 100 years, we are effective 100 years with no pain. We be active. There is no need for 65 years pension line that you can't do anything, you got to go home. These are, and then we see the cycle of what creates life. Why do we people die more after the pension first 5 years than they do in the next 15 years? Once you pass the 5 years, 7 years after you've been pensioned, you tend to live a good life another 20 years, 15 years in majority of cases. Because you took the pressures, you took the changes. It takes 7 years for psychosomatic to take place. You're active, you stopped, you don't do anything, and then you run into problem. This is how that happens now in the Western world. And that's how the insurance companies make money out of it. But can we look at the soul of the man, the capacity, the space of the soul in the center of the brain says, okay, this brain, this soul doesn't need to stay in a physical dimension on Earth with all the problems. Let it travel somewhere else. Let it go somewhere else. And it lives in that dimension the way the stars do for millions of years. We have that choice now. We understand it. We've seen people. If you remember the lady in the last week of the test, she came out of the system. She said she could see her first light and then second light. Now we become wise to that. And we had another gentleman with her in another system. I felt nothing because he came in to feel nothing. Because he had to prove something to himself, not to us. We knew it before he goes in. And then is something wrong with our system. Because he came to prove to himself is wrong, because that way he could prove that he is in charge. We've seen it in very recent 2 or 3 cases like this. So how much do we control? What is the size of the soul of the man in a physical dimension? When you look at the MRI, is it 1 millimeter? Is it 3 millimeter? Is it already out of 3 millimeter, grown by 2.5 millimeter, and is fully mature soul? Or is it 0.5 millimeter, it's got to grow into 3 millimeter to gather more energies from the environment to be the soul of this planet? So you live 200 years to get that filled up. Or it was 3 millimeter gap, you filled, you're born with 2.5, you got 3 years to live. And then we say the child accidentally died. Or the person suddenly died somewhere just in sleep. Did that maturity reach with that breath that it brought the right energy for separation? Putting aside accidental death, we have to understand the new process. Putting aside the understanding of totality, we need to understand the next step. These are part of the knowledge missing. We don't have it. This is part of the, it's like a speed of sound always been there, a speed of light also. We never knew they have a speed. Till we had the tools, till we understood it, we made tools for it to observe it, and now we understand it. Now the new technology needs new tools to understand it, to extend it, to, that's what I said, whatever man has learned about science today is a speck of dust in the knowledge of the universe to come. Here, You have control over everything. You control the temperature, you control the pressure. You can't do that in the universe. What happens in the span of different field, the strength of the universe? We have a lot to learn yet. And as I said, we haven't even stepped up to stand up, let alone take a steps of a ladder which is 1,000 steps high. And no one in the universe has managed to understand all the process of the creation, even those who claim. But as a creator, as a totality of the creation, we have the whole knowledge. And in the future, we'll see, I didn't know, now I know. We know knowledges from other parts of the universe, which is not ours, but we have access to it. It's like an app. We can log into and understand what's happening in that part of the universe. There's a lot to come. We just open a tiny little bit in the door of the knowledge, and you think it's hard to understand, is unbelievable. When the door of the knowledge of the universe or the creation opens to us, you need to be part of the whole of the creator to understand the totality of it. We just look at the narrow pinholes of the pinhole of a pinhole of a pinhole, and sometimes we think we are totality. And this is what I will always call, I'm the Messiah. And our knowledge seekers were taken by the securities. Why does Mr. Keshe says he's a Messiah? The next man says he's a Messiah of his own soul, nobody else's. And this is what you got to understand. The national securities in one of the countries took people of the Keshe Foundation for interrogation. Why does Mr. Keshe claims to be a Messiah? He said, yes, he is. He claims to be, but he's a Messiah of his own soul, not the rest. He shares the knowledge he has. And I always say, I'm a Messiah, but Messiah means for myself, not for you. I can show you the path, the way I went, but doesn't mean you're going to end up in the position as I have. Doesn't mean the position I'm in is better than yours, or yours will be better than mine or the other person, or doesn't mean we reach the same point. Now you understand why we share the technology open pattern. Because now you can estimate, you can assess where you're going to go. And this is what we have to understand. We need the new technology. We need the new understanding. We need to create new tools to measure the speed of magnetic field. We need to produce tools to measure the strength of a soul. We need to create tools to see the interaction of the souls. We put two chemicals together and see how they interact. What happens if you put the soul of this and that together? How would they interact? Nowadays, I think in America, in some of the countries, you have to do, I think it's the same in Iran, you have to do a blood test before they give you a certificate for marriage if you match. Would you put the two souls, the strength do they fit? In which part they fit? What are we going to get out of it? These are the technologies. It's not anymore a dream that we have to develop. Man will be so busy with development of new science, new technologies, that he will not even have time to think of war. The challenge of who knows more in scientific will be more engaging for human race than actually how to make weapons. Because knowledge becomes an asset of peace, and knowledge doesn't become an asset to be better than the other. And this is what is to come. We have to understand. We have to develop technologies to understand, first of all, now we know the position of the sun of our life, which is our soul, which is in the center of our physicality. What does each sun mean? What does the color mean? How they interact? How do they actually move? All counts. Then what the rest of us learn from it, what do we change to those who come to us from other parts of the universe? And what do they bring us to add to test? Oh, they've seen such a thing happening in this part of the universe. Can we do to understand it, do a research how this happens? Now we take our knowledge to another country to research and develop and find out what it is. In a coming time, we get to passengers of the universe bring us what they've seen, or we take to the other place. Can you tell us how this works? And measurement of the soul, the strength of the soul, interaction of the soul will be one of the prime engagement of the human life in the coming time. It's not anymore what was said, something which was written 300 years after Christ, and because somebody felt that's a good thing to put in. You're there to test it. Any other question?
Well, in that way, Mr. Keshe, Renate had a question in the Q&A here regarding elevation of the soul. So will the elevation of the soul also result in a change in our DNA?
Most probably will do. In fact, the RNA, everything is magnetic, most probably.
So in that case, wouldn't that be an indicator or a test in a way for elevation of the soul, since mankind has now became possible to measure DNA only in the last decade or so, basically? And
yeah, but what is interesting, when you speak about DNA, can we keep on testing the same DNA of the person every 5 years and see if it stays the same? Or does it change? Our DNA changes if by according to the food we eat, the environment we eat, we live in, it must have an effect. It's part
I think
of
this
evolution.
is it's become an argument with the medical profession because they've been trained for so long to believe in DNA is not changeable, and your DNA is like a permanent structure that gets passed on. But it's not that way, because changes occur even in the womb when the babies are growing and being born and grow up. There's lots of changes that occur. These are the same scientists that say that, was it 80% of the DNA is junk DNA? And only now they're starting to find out, oh, it's not really junk, it's got a purpose, and so on.
And nothing is junk. It's a ladder for another. It's like they say you use only 10% of your brain or 20% of your brain or whatever. It's nonsense. Every single cell in the brain has a use, otherwise it won't be there. There is no non-usable position, even if it could be a ladder or a structure to hold other positions. Everything is not, it's not a microchip that every single bit is put in to do. Part of the microchip you have is a structure to hold it. So when you have a DNA, you have a part which is functional, part is structural, part is for interaction of the functioning of the totality. And scientists try to say, when you say it's junk, what can it be? Without it, you can't have a computer running if you don't have it in a frame or stuck to something. You can't say it's a computer without, if you don't have a wire, how do the chips communicate with each other? You understand? So which part of the DNA is a structure? We haven't understood this. Which part of the DNA is a field controller? Because we never understood even the DNA is made of magnetic fields. Which part of it is the shielding for certain magnetic fields? We just have come to something, and because nobody knows, they can stick whatever they like into it, and they get the Nobel Prize for it, like we've seen this week, all coming out for anything else. Or they get rejected because those who could not think of what you thought knew is something wrong with you. We've seen it with the Keshe Foundation. So when somebody tells you 80% of the brain is not used, excuse me, do you see empty head? If it's there, it has a function. And if it's been put there according to the structure of the field of the universe, every cell has a multiplicity of the application and usage. And this is what we don't understand. If we never had this, is a cell in the brain of the man is like a switch ball. It depends how it's orientated, how are the fields around it affected, then it has a different application. It performs different. We say now that cell is there or that area is there, especially for that function. Yes, for that period of time, what happened when we change the environment, we see the same. We saw this when the helmet was made by the Israelis in Belgium when we did tests on the coma patient. You look at the dots and the lines, we looked at how these lines changed according to something else we added to it. Did it show no reaction, which means it's dead, or it showed no reaction because it does not matter, it's not involved in that part of the work? We showed this graph some times ago. So these are the things we haven't understood, and we need to understand. Multifunctionality of the position and the strength of the same cell creates different position, different reactions, different emotions in the body of the man. And we never understood this. Is now we understand how your nervous system works. If you go down the line, there's so much information going down, but if you touch the nerve or measure, there is nothing on the skin of the nerve, in a way, compared to the amount of energy which is going down into the legs, to the arms, to the fingers, to every cell of body of the man. But now we understand it because we created nanomaterials. When we measure it from outside, it is super resistive, 20 mega ohm. When we actually get into the layer, it's the best free space for high-speed communication because there is no friction. This was not available to us up to now. Now we see in nano layers, we can transmit it back into understanding of it. Till the Keshe Foundation did not produce the nano layers with the way you do on your copper line, this was not understood. We were called criminal terrorist organization because we discovered nano layers without using radiation. So you're all terrorists because what I call a guy in the company in Belgium decided this only can be done with gamma rays, and you all produce it now. I became a terrorist and a criminal because I understood this first and I explained it and you all use it. Now we understand more. We have to develop as what we call the new technologies are developed, the new materials will come up. You'll be amazed what in Keshe Foundation, in research, we are developing and changing every day. Is knowledge of creator has no limit except when it comes to us limited according to our own intelligence. The beauty and the strength of it, the beauty and the mixture of it. The minute somebody tells you this is all and there is nothing else, it shows, ta-da, you're dealing with an ignorant guy. Any other question?
Dimitri had a question Actually, I think he had a hand up. Dimitri, maybe you want to ask directly.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'd actually like Dean to go first, please. Thank you.
Okay. Dean, would you like to go ahead?
Thank you, Rick. I've just been listening as usual in the background, and I formulated a few questions, Mr. Keshe, and then they sort of went away, and then the conversation changed position. And so the technology, Mr. Keshe, that's coming out, will it enhance the souls that I see on the screen? Will it change their position? Will it bring about this peace that we also require?
Expand.
So those beautiful souls we see on the image in front of us, will they go cold or hot? Will they grow thinner or fatter? Will they experience the fields? Will they become enhanced? Will they elevate? Will they change their position? Will they understand the true divinity?
In different ways, we all do. But it depends. Enlightenment comes out of the time, position, and the strength. We can look for enlightenment all our life and never get it. We can walk at the age of 2 in a room and be enlightened. It's no limitation. The pictures we see, and I can add a few more to them. Are they enlightened? Some of them know the truth, but they cannot speak it because they're already in a track. They cannot go back. They are part of the system, which now they're enlightened, will kick them out. Because they came through it, they were sponsored by it. If you look of any of the people you talk about on the screen, which is President Putin, the Pope, the Prime Minister of Italy, and what do you call it, the King of England, have they reached a point sometime themselves and they understood, but they cannot do anything because then they be kicked out of? Very few have the audacity of the what you call some of the leaders in these countries who walked away. With Putin, we saw Gorbachev. Gorbachev could have done worse. He walked away. With Pope, we've seen others who've been enlightened, but he don't do. I was talking to one of our people yesterday in the center. You know who I'm talking about. And I've said this before. We have a very beautiful knowledge seeker. He's a knowledge seeker, he's a diplomat, a politician, and a banker and everything else. He was originally the head of central bank of a country. Then on the political structure, he was appointed to be ambassador of his nation. And because of his background as an economist and everything else and head of central bank, he became advisor to the Vatican, having the office in the structure near to the office of the Pope. And he was trusted because the countries, or the country and part he represented, is where Vatican gets most of his, what they call, a lot of money from, and a lot of other things. And his position in Vatican became because of his country and his whatever, whoever becomes ambassador of this country has that room, so it wasn't something especially given to him. And we were sitting at dinner table in the house. A few times this discussion came out. He said to me, you know, Mehran, the problem, I've seen the world leaders coming and crawling like a dog to the feet of the Pope. He said he cannot believe it. We see it, and we see it accidentally, we're allowed to see it, but we see the world leaders literally crawling. When they come into the room to the feet of the Pope, and he has to raise them, and he feels he's more powerful than them. And what else these people tell this, and what does emotion create in the man who's called the Pope, that the powerful world leaders crawl to them, bend to them? And what things they do to hold on to this power. And what deals they do to get to this power. We saw it with, as I said, Hitler, when he used to give speeches, he used to get sexual gratification. We've seen it with now the new cabinet of Italy. Berlusconi is back in again. Why does it give a strength to a man at this age to want to be a minister again when he used to be a prime minister and has all the powers to do what he likes? And then we've seen the position of Charles. What can he do at the age of 72? He is a generation gap between what is happening, even though he wanted him to be, he is part of the gap. If you want to run a nation to be, you need to bring the young generation in the 20s, 30s, 40s, not in 70s and 80s. This is why in Keshe Foundation, we walk away at 60 from Universal Council, because the new life has to come in. As I said, very soon I'll leave the Keshe Foundation to be run, because I'm there as a name, but it has to be run by new generations, new things which has got to be done. But we've witnessed to a lot of it.
Mr. Keshe, may I ask you another question? Thank you for explaining that. So, what question would you like humanity to ask you?
Ask me everything every week as they like. There is nothing humanity. I'm one of you, but with more knowledge. Yesterday, when we were doing a test to one of the knowledge, because this is what is going on now with the center, I said, I'm not one of yours. It needs you to be in it with the soul you have. We are no different, but we see more of the writing on the wall. Your knowledge, what you learn, what is written on the screen is what you can read on the screen. We see a bigger screen of the creation. So that's why it sounds strange, because you're not what do you call it, grown in the strength to see what we see, to understand what it is.
So what does it feel like to know all thoughts?
Humbleness. If anybody had the knowledge I carry, if anybody had the power I carry, and detached from wealth, but use the wealth to expand the knowledge with others, you would have claimed everything on this planet with layers and layers not to be seen, hidden in the structures 100 times bigger than Vatican and God knows where. Being part of takes a lot. And changing through that position takes much more power. In June, July of 2004, when I walked away from Lockheed Martin with a massive offer on the table, I could have lived a king's life. but the knowledge would be shared. But today is shared. How many of you saved your lives with Google Chrome? How many of you have used the answers for different things or pleasures or pains or whatever? And how much more of it is come? So many of you saved money on the backgrounds. That's what should be. There's no question to ask. It's just we see a bigger canvas with more painting. And man has chosen to be colorblind to the size and some of the colors on the canvas. That's all.
So do you see souls present, seeds present within humanity that have the beauty to expand humanity, enhance humanity, and take it forward?
Yes, yes. I was asked by a knowledge seeker yesterday or the day before, what do you see when you look at something? I said, you see one thing. I see two things. You look at the physicality. I see the physicality and my soul feels the soul. And I react as a combination of two. And we don't ignore the misfunction. We don't ignore that, but we look at it. And we see a lot of things. But what's the use of doing it? You've seen the people who come to the center. They come one way and some of them would go about totally different and change part of their life, not all of it. Because they get elevated. What happens the next day, next month, next year is with the interaction they have. As I said before, if you build a system which can repeat the same thing in the number of people, now it's a technology, can be repeated. And that's all we do. And you ask me, what's the next step? What they can ask? You ask any question. It has to be logical, scientific, and correct to answer. There is no room for theology anymore. Philosophy and theology was when we had no knowledge of their existence. Now we know part of it. We have to expand it. And then we find answer to all the questions.
Mr. Keshe, many souls, they experience, though, they have this feeling, this understanding within inside themselves, everything that you speak about. And they understand it through their environment and what they've grown to become. So trying to bridge the gap between theology, what they've come to understand, and the science and the knowledge is that plasmatic field, that faith, enlightenment, whatever. Yeah.
You're there every day when we do these trials, and this week there are no trials, but people come for different things. Yesterday, I wish you were there and you could video something with testing, and it was amazing. What we saw in the man and in the change in the man. And I said, I wish Tin was here, he could record this. We see physical changes, we see emotional changes. We see confirmation that I exist becomes so powerful that I actually exist, I matter. And it is mind-boggling in what is we see, what we come across.
If each soul is unlimited, Mr. Keshe, do they bring that unlimited beauty to the forward when they come to certain positions, and so it can change anything and everything in a moment?
For themselves, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Most probably. Most probably, yes.
And then that interaction with inside themselves then expands out across and affects many others.
Most probably. And how they interact. And what they take from it. This is an ongoing development in progress. It's not something that stops. We look at one angle of when they come in. We don't look at all the angles. Any other question?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Yeah, I wish you were there yesterday, Dean. It was an amazing situation.
Yeah, I do apologize, Mr. I will.
No, we
make
have no
myself available,
tests.
so.
No. It's not that. We have no test. Some things happened. It would have been amazing. We didn't do any test. What they call it, flight test this week.
Okay.
So I told you till it's done. Maybe next Tuesday we have a few people coming in for it. But what we see, observation is amazing. How people change with it.
Can you expand on that, Mr. Keshe? Can you give us more information?
No, because the work of the Keshe Foundation, when we set up these systems, as like now, test is. I mean, the test is ongoing with all of us with the material in the flight zone. We test different capability of the system. A flight test is part of. Transmutation is part of. We test other things, how materials do, like we did with Rick. We call in and get other people to do. We originally, when we did the first enhancement structure system, the first what do you call it, units were very primitive in testing certain fields. When you bought those field testers, gave us a lot of information, and then the others. But this knowledge we already had. Now you get confirmation of more knowledge seekers understand it. This is the important thing. Otherwise, we can keep on building systems. Says, okay, this is the system. We go to the next one, and that's it. You just follow. And there are many things. When we open the room on a Tuesday morning, when we close the room on a Wednesday afternoon till next week, it's not just walking into a room. It's feeling the effect of the fields. What has changed in the room? How do you feel when you go in the room? Because it's all fields. When we get people coming with the disturbed thoughts or trying to do something, we have a system which we can extract the energy from the room. And that system even tells us how much balance is the field in the room. Even our knowledge seekers who built the system are not aware of capabilities of it. They just built it. But when I'm in the room, when I test, it gives me a lot of information. Who's in there to take, who's in there to give, how much is the balance. We have a couple, 2 or 3 times, we ask them and I tested. They can stop part of our system because both of them are literally flooding. We can bring another couple put in, they can stop a system, but they literally take everything. Both ways the system stops. But with the materials, with the control panels we have, we can access which way is which. We had knowledge seekers who go in the system. I came here to give to humanity, but my system says, you're taking more than you're giving. You understand?
I do, Mr. Keshe.
Yeah. Many times, sometimes you must hear it from outside when I do these tests. The system, we can say, if the person says, I've come here to give the world peace, I have come here to give to humanity. But my system, when you are in, tells me, my God, you're taking a lot to give, most probably. You understand?
Yeah.
It means the soul is still in its maturity, to still receiving more than giving. Or is taking in one level and giving in another, which doesn't register in our system. They literally bring the system to a halt, absolute halt. Nothing happens. And when we put them out, the whole system runs again. Bring them back in. I want to do a say. I don't tell them what I do. I said, do you mind if we go back in and we try a different test configuration? Put them in another system, we get the same result. And then you got to understand, one system is a giver and a receiver. One system is a receiver only. So when it goes into the system, it can only receive. It cannot give. So it cannot interact with giving out. So, but it takes everything that even the system cannot give enough. So we see the systems go from giving to taking and taking to giving. You can see this in this operation of the systems. These units is not somebody came in success. These are half-built system because the guy came here to prove that it doesn't work because he had a different agenda with you before he comes in.
So would you have any advice for people going into the systems? I know you don't usually do this, but is there a balance? Is there a position that would enhance help?
No. You know what I tell to Mario and the people upstairs? Don't tell anybody. Don't give anybody perceived idea.
I know, yeah.
Because if you give it to them, they come with that perception and they want to enforce it.
Mm-hmm. So is there only a certain sort of soul that turns up to actually experience this?
No, really, also turn up and experience different things.
Yeah.
They feel it. It'll be very interesting to monitor the environment of the, what do you call it, exhibition center at night, or during the weekends, or during the time we are not there. And see how do the plans change, how do they react, how other things in the environment changes. It's very strange when you look at the plants downstairs. You've seen me walking around them sometimes. The plant division between the television side and the test side. If you look at some of the plants have different combination, coordination of leaves and spacing. And I come out and have a look when there are people inside, if they change the structure.
I did notice, Mr. Keshe, one of the plants upstairs has suddenly sprouted quite a long stem towards a light above it, which is unusual. They don't usually see that within the structure. Yeah, so the plants have definitely changed.
Yeah, but they interact with emotion and the environment. They come into winter, but these are the things we observe. It's amazing when we see, you know, when somebody tells me, you know, I left my soul or whatever, I felt being somewhere else. You know, in your control room, those panels sitting there, there are just things flashing, but it means a lot. I see when the soul is not there. We see when the soul of physicality is not there. Because everything has a physical measurement. We can measure, we can see the fields. You see the direction of the flow of the fields. One of the system is directional flow. We see if it's coming in or going out. when somebody says, I give, if I pass the machine and I see, just flick up a thing, which way the arrow tells me the fields are going. When it comes to the transmutation from one system to another, I see it in the monitors. The field flow is very strong. Something is measuring it, high flow in one direction.
The systems are built for the whole of humanity, Mr. Keshe, and is to enhance and give the humanity the position and the availability to travel from point A to point B, transmute, and do many other things. So the systems will need to be adjusted for many different positions of field interactions from the soul, physical souls, and the souls, and the physicality present in the moments to follow, or in this moment.
We change it. It's like I said earlier, the physical transmutation is taken out of the system which is running now. There is no way any of you can end up in the room physically. Because we have a control over it. It's all switched off. There's no way anyone can turn up in Linz when we are not there. Or if you get it there, when we open the door, we see tens of people running out.
So the immigration officer is going to be a limited resource to begin with then, Mr. Keshe.
Most probably. Most probably. We will see. We are learning. It's a part of the process of learning for all of us.
There's a question in YouTube that's related from this Incirca. Hello, Mr. Keshe. What can I donate when I enter the system as a human being? And who do I donate to? Does anyone need my knowledge, my experience? And how do I know that I am ready to enter the system?
The way we set up the life is a system, if you understand it. The way we set up, it's we create a condition that we can control the environment ourselves. It doesn't matter here or when we come out of the universe, or we travel somewhere. We want to stop somewhere and see how it is. We create a condition and environment that allows us to stop and look or feel. Does not need to be on the surface of a planet or in the liquid. You travel between two cities and somewhere in the middle, you stop in the bush on the road just to see how it is, how does it feel here? But it's not your destination. But, oh, I stay here for one more day, I put a tent up. In the space, how do you make that tent? That you can view, you can feel, you can enjoy that environment. Or do you go to a service station where the environment is created and you can enjoy that place and what you are used to, or you can get something. It's now us how we set up our tent, where we set it, how we set it, in what environment we choose to set it. This is the beauty of what becomes available to us. We become the decision maker of the time, the position, and the space. When you mature in the dimension of interaction of the fields and souls, I was explaining this recently to someone. When we see the souls, you interact with many souls. You interact with, let's say, soul of one person, another. You're in a party, you see them physically, but you see the souls. It's like a flash of light. You know, you get lights flashing everywhere because it's an instantaneous one flash, one, and then it goes to the next one. And again, back with the same one. What was the interaction? There is no language. It's a color. It kind of strength of the fields that call it color. If I hit on this, and with this specific soul is blue now, 2 minutes later it's green because that soul interacted with the other souls. The energy got is changed, so it changes. At the moment, it was looking at me as a normal person. Now it looks at me or feels with me as a friend. And now it changes. I don't want to be friend. I want to get distance. You see the change in the color. And it's a crazy world to live in this dimension. Absolutely crazy world when you see both. And nothing is hidden, but you choose to close the eye.
So, Mr. Keshe, sorry, it's Dean here. So the souls that have chosen to set up camp here, and maybe from
They were made
from,
yeah.
Will they eventually come to a realization, or will experience the condition here and then decide to pack up camp and move on? So
they do often. It's not the first time. They do often. You don't know them. The guy disappears. Somebody was here and he's gone there. I said many times, look at some of the internet. Internet cameras are amazing things coming up with people having the ability to record things. In what time and expansion and how it happens. And if you're not there to do, you're not there to do. I was 19, 20. I was involved in a very, very bad car accident. I saw going in the accident, and I saw myself outside looking at the accident. And the police officers and ambulance people, they said it's absolute impossibility that you're alive with no scratch. They were convinced they could not even, when they tracked the road traffic on the road, because it was a snowy day, night, the ferocity of the accident. I remember going in it, and I remember standing outside it. It's recorded with the police in Manchester. What happened in that span of time? Those days we had no airbag systems, head-on collision, the car half the size of what is normally manufactured, meters above the ground, and walking out of it. There was not even this way if the door of the driver's side was even opened. Because when the police came and says, have you seen the driver? I said, I'm the driver. How did you get out? Not a scratch. The engine was in the passenger, in the driver's seat, more or less. Those, if there is documents, you can go and check images. Did it happen? Was it caused? Was the soul aware of the advancement of the physicality. And to what extent are we in what we call position and to what extent? I've been through 3 accidents like this in my lifetime. Was it a destiny not to complete? And is it part of the life which is not supposed to end because it's got to do something else? Or are we from another dimension that we foresee and we come out? But what you see in cameras, people just walking out of something which can be, I've been there 3 times. When the rescue services, when the ambulance and the police turned up, the track of the road was clear. I was the only driver, the only car, and one which has gone the other way. There were no other tracks. Around about 60, 70 miles an hour, about 100 kilometers an hour. Hitting a wall and just going up and landing on top of it. And I was on the ground. Is it our soul takes us out? Or are we perceived to that position? Or do we choose to be part of that position? I was tested for drugs. I don't touch, never touch in my life. I was tested for alcohol. I was tested for everything else. I was taken by an ambulance to the hospital to check if there is any damages, anything, whiplash, nothing. Is the soul aware of physicality, takes it out? We have to understand. Do we choose to be here? There's a reason for it. All physicality has got nothing to do with it. It's the same situation as I discussed with you, and it's on the table. Why the foundation is going through the steps which is going today for past few months, because we chose to expand the foundation in a very rapid way. But a lot of things are not ready around it, and it's not kicking to its final phase. Everything has been done. We came to you as knowledge seekers to help us collectively to do it. We get accused of stealing, lying, and everything else. But it's not happening because it's done in black and white. It's done in a totally legal way. But it keeps on holding back. And I said to myself, there is a reason for it. But when I look at the expansion of technology in the past few months, would we be where we are today if this would have happened 6 months ago or 8 months ago when it was supposed to happen? Most probably, it would have taken us to another direction, expanding things what we, Keshe Foundation, was supposed, because the knowledge has to be shared with a lot. But the knowledge didn't need to be expanded into commercialization knowledge. It had to come to where it is now, that now it can expand. And people who are supporting us, they keep on tomorrow, next week, it'll be done today. And we keep on, all of you, how many of you helped us in the foundation? And then they threaten us that we go out, we embarrass you, you're a crook. It's in black and white. It shows where it's been paid, it's done what it is done, and it's there for us. Because when it comes to change the life of all of us, was my soul aware of this change? Or we brought through other souls to be where we are, to unify humanity, to come. I don't think we would have been in this, we had no choice, it's where it's coming to. I wanted the foundation to expand internationally, that becomes big with everything else. But the souls are not ready for it. We came through the direction of developing the other part of it, which was getting developed in the background. And how many knowledge seekers accuse me of stealing, and you're a liar, and you're thieving, you promised. Nothing has changed because we entered a legal binding contract. And I'm watching, I'm that guy out of the accident, watching where it's going to go. And how many threats we received. You are a liar, we're going to expose you, you stole from us. It's there. When it comes, I was part of the Keshe Foundation. I was the guy who helped. We haven't stolen from anybody. We didn't go and crash the car deliberately. How many of you supported this change? And how you want to make accusation when everybody is in it and it's all done, and there is a reason for it today to tomorrow to the next week, because I see every delay we had next week has brought better position what the foundations, the souls who are protecting it, wanting it to be there. You're going to accuse the foundation of everything you like, but foundation is not ready. Humanity is not ready for that, what we set up to achieve. Maybe it'll be tomorrow, maybe today, maybe next year. But I'm the guy out of the accident watching, and I just tell you what's going to happen. It's not promises. It's not something trying to fool someone or cover something. We are witness to a massive change. You will see it come, and then how many of you will be part of, this is what I did, this is what I do, I was there because of me. It's because of none of you, because we all got involved in it. And it's not the Keshe Foundation, it's supporters of the Keshe Foundation, which you brought with your donation, with your loans, bringing that condition of change. It's not going to be, oh, he took our money and he ran, foundation has to give. If foundation had, he's put all his assets to it, it's for you, not for me. I can live a king's life. All I need is just change the color of my passport. Threatening us, and we're going public. Go and do, because it's been in public. You were there only when it was good for you, when it was, now some of you feel what I've done for 15 years, 20 years. Everything has gone into to change the humanity. Are we aware of it? Is my soul aware of it? Most probably, yes. Go public with everything. It shows how solid we are, how we stand by ourselves. No government pays us, no organization can interfere with the teaching, nobody can stop the way we develop things. I foresaw a change which is time for it to come 12 months ago. And I got involved in it, put everything of the foundation in it. And I went to individuals and groups, and I came to you, but this needs to be done because we have to bring us. How come you're here for the Maghreb system? How come you're here to get a better health system? How come you're for everybody? You're not there when it comes to getting involved in it. So which way it goes? If I put everything in and you're in it, why do you make threats? We have one knowledge seeker who comes in, I'm going to expose what? Your crookedness? You came here just to take? How come everything has to be from Mr. Keshe and Keshe Foundation and all of you just benefit by it? I'm outside there. I watched the accident and I see how people have behaved. Not a man-made accident, but clarity of the time and so on. I don't lose credibility. It's not my credibility. It's your understanding of your own credibility. I put everything in for 20 years in public, 20 years before in private research. If I wanted to cash it in, I would have cashed it in hundreds of days ago and months and years ago. But the soul has chosen to bring humanity to that point, and I have to go with it with the physicality. Any other question?
Thank you for the soul, Mr. Keshe. Thank you.
Perhaps we can hear from Dimitri now.
Thank you, Rick. I was unable to attend teachings last week. I was not at home. Have you started training people to be satellites?
Pardon? When we start training people to be satellites?
Have you already started training people to be satellites in the teachings of
we have already, those who are satellite already are involved in the whole structure in the dimension we know. It's not that we call you, you're going to be a satellite, you don't send a message, so be ready, you're going to start working today, not tomorrow. Part of the system which is run today, if you are a satellite, volunteer to be already receiving it. But you have to understand, it's not somebody knocking at the door, it's not the delivery post. It's the elevation of the soul, elevation of understanding.
I wish to be a satellite.
Go and register, it's on the Keshe. Yes, go on the Keshe Foundation website and do. Because we will contact those. It's a satellite, it's there, especially there is go to section, what you call it, Rick Shawn is there. Every day, every week, we get people signing in to become satellites.
I've already I've already signed in with the very first day.
So you're sitting there. You're sitting there. You got to realize this technology works.
I can't receive any. I can't receive any emails, etc. I had to last week. I had to leave my house for a bit. I had to sell my car so I can buy food, and it's a very long walk home. My phone was stolen that day. I can't access my emails because of double verification, etc. I have very little ability to contact.
I'll get the Keshe Foundation people to check out in the background where it is and how they can help you. Rick, if you can put his thing to our private chat, and I get our internet IT people to look at it. But we don't usually at the moment answer with these things because there is so much of it. And then what I know we are doing, we're separating the mobile people from the satellites. And we have a very few, we thought we finished with the people who go for flight test and transmutation. Well, I just found out yesterday there is another 7-8 people left which are coming next week, which was supposed to finish. And then we go into the satellite system. You got to understand, the full satellite part of the work comes when the 2 new systems come into the center. This is where is facilitated for the position, location, fields, strength, or whatever. At the moment we have we have 2 separate, even looks the same in the frame. I sometimes point it out to the people who come in. You see, this system is set this way, and they see it physical. It's a physical changes you see. Now it's a new system when we can bring both location and the fields and the environment and the soul together. This satellite people in a true interaction, you got on a couple of months, the same as with the what we call mutation or transmutation and the mobile system. We will not go into that phase till the two units are actually in the center. We check with a couple of people. You got to realize, like as I said, the way we do now, you see in the enhancement unit, the prelude to the enhancement unit was tested with a few knowledge seekers. 2 or 3 knowledge seekers without anybody knows. 1 or 2 of them even traveled into Lens to be part of the first trials. We tested it in different ways for different things, how it works. We build systems for them to see if it interacts, but we look at the physical interaction and the other dimensions and how it comes. And this is the process. You just gotta wait. You get a confirmation one way or another. But the satellite people, when the time comes, we get in touch with you directly. You receive an email when we are ready. We switch on.
Mr. Keshe,
yes.
Mr. Keshe, please. I wish for you to use me as a satellite. I don't have access to my emails. My phone's stolen. I have no money.
It doesn't matter.
Please just use me.
We get a lot of people doing that. It goes to the foundation. It goes to the IT people who said, we have to get in touch with the people with the satellite that there's a lot of things behind it. There is huge amount of work behind it. We have to go through these steps, step by step. This is a development step. It's testing set steps. There is the other parts to it. Some of you who've been through the flight system might receive an invitation to come back, because we want to test the new flight system. You've been there. We are not going to come back. We want to test the flight system. Can you register again? It's like today, the knowledge seeker knows who he is or who she is, knows that we have started the first phase of mobile transportation. But to get to today, it's taken us 2 months. And we are testing in a specific way for oneness. And the same person has been part of the original tests. We call upon the people who we know, we trust, we worked with before, we get the exact information we want. We don't go pick people off the street. Can you want to become a pilot test? We don't advertise on televisions or radios or internet. There are a lot of knowledge seekers who do a lot of work for the foundation or with the foundation. And they bring a lot, they do a lot. And they open a lot of things for us. We have a lot of silent knowledge seekers who do a lot of work in the back, because it's for them, it's for the evolution of humanity.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. Any other question? You still got Ruthie there, and you still got Dean hands up. Or have they been?
Dean's already addressed his questions. Lynn or Ruthie, yeah, I think if you would like to go ahead. I think your hand came up again. Lynn, did you have a question?
Yes, I have a question. I want to ask Mr. Keshe, it's like, is that when we were in the physical level of sense, then we can really feel the pain in the past that we have made that marked in our body.
What do you mean?
Yeah, such as like I was in meditation, suddenly I feel so much pain from my legs, and right now I know that that means a lot of information inside that when the fields was trying to open in my body, and if I'm in a correct frequency, or how to say, then I can read those information, what that pen means for me, what happened there. Because actually, when I was awakening, I don't have that pen there. But when I was in that kind of fields, then I feel that pen. So that must be something happened before. And then I can try to find the information from there. So what I mean is that I was in that field. The field level is reached to my subconscious level, or physical soul level, so that I can now my body can sense that feeling.
I don't know. It could be your present condition created that. It depends what you want to connect it with.
Yeah, but we have tried some exercise, and even we feel the pain, and then we get the information from that, and even I can connect to another people and feel his pain, and tell what that pains come from, why, or some information we get from that.
I presume it's the level of understanding. Is how you interpret and how you understand that pain. It is maybe another dimension which you are familiar with, you have the understanding or training for, that this pain is connected. If it was a doctor says, oh, sorry, you got thrombosis, but you don't look at the thrombosis, oh, this is to do with the past, you were running away something 100 years ago, and now you feel it, and it's your past coming in. Depends if you're interpreting it, or does a doctor interpret it. You understand? And it doesn't mean that you're wrong. In this world of knowledge of universe, nobody is wrong, because we take it according to our understanding. Any other question?
Okay, in our chat here in Zoom from Achilles good morning. In the public teaching of last week, Mr. Keshe said that the Keshe Foundation will be globally banned after the coming Christmas. My question is that
no, I said they were trying. They're trying to globally ban. No, it's going to be. They're trying.
So my question is that should I worry about this? Because after years of studying, I still not have finished all the teachings. I don't have all the backups of these teaching videos.
We have a full backing of everything in 3-4 layers. We backed up everything. We got a backing of every sessions everywhere. Don't worry. If anything happens, we have consolidated every single, all the teachings, all the chats, everything has been kept. The IT team in the background is storing everything.
And it would be a good idea for people to do their personal backup as well with, you know, a couple of terabyte hard drive. You could probably back up virtually all the 2,000 videos of the YouTube videos, for example.
Yeah, there's a lot of things is backed up. A lot of Zoom chats which been done has been kept. There's a structure in the background that I see people keep. We are paying for nearly 13 servers operation. Any other question?
Okay, there's a question from Cristiano, or actually from Brazil, Josafa. Good morning, Mr. Keshe. We are just those children at the stage of curiosity who ask about everything, and the Father is always there to answer and educate. Thank you for being so loving in educating the children of the earth. About pressure of fields, the soul of the physicality and the strength of the blood fields press the fields of the soul of the man, and this creates the universal dynamic system. In the multi-core reactors, this process was taught by you in the 134th, 138th, and 144th Knowledge Seekers workshops, where the force of the intermediate layers containing the hydrogen, the feeder, rapidly feeds the common component in the center, creating the compression of the fields and the dynamic system of universal motion. Our question is, in the capacitors, a pressure of fields is also established. Would this system of the hydrogen, the feeder, also be present in the layers between the aluminum barrier, the transition of the GANs, and the center rod, as the amplifying core of the fields that pressurizes the fields, generating dynamic system that feeds the plasma flow? Question mark.
I'm lost.
It's a long one. Let me try to summarize here.
He's talking about different plasmas, different layers pressurizing each other, more or less. But they always do. They always do. And if it's there to do, why do you need to pressure? Sometimes you need to pressurize plasmas, but why do you need? You get more out of the plasma if you leave it free than actually pressurizing it. But we do it in the dynamic system because there was something to learn from it. As I said, the new plasma systems, we have the new reactor systems, which is used for us. We don't have any dynamic system in the structure of the control. We use dynamic system for a specific one, for a specific reason in systems. Any other question? It's nearly 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I think we probably should wrap things up here.
Yeah.
Rick, it's Dean here. Can I just ask one quick last question to Mr. Keshe?
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. So, and I don't know if this will be an easy one to answer. There is a thought, and there is some people that have said that if you speak about certain conditions, as in the wrong things and all the conditions on the planet that happen, that you're amplifying and making it the field strength greater. You're adding to it.
Can you repeat that?
So there's a thought that if you speak about certain conditions, certain things that happen on the planet, environments, in families, whatever, you amplify it if it's a wrong intention. And if you speak about it and you give it thoughts and intentions, does this amplify it, or can you speak about it as long as your intention is to try to help?
I don't know. It has different school of thoughts with this one, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
This is some people see it if it's I do that sometimes. I don't talk about it because you bring it in because it's like you put the soul of it in motion to be where you want it. You're not the only one. I always, because I see, I'm aware of other dimensions of the interaction. But does it amplify it or actually brings it out to be sorted out or to be elevated for it, or with coming in, you don't give it the importance and it goes lower? Depends from the point of the observer. This, because I have had talks and discussions about this for a long, long time. Does it, I would say, we have a very good English word for this. Leave the dead to be as they are. We have a saying.
Or let sleeping dogs lie.
To a lie, yeah. There's another one, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to get them barking, or you never know. It could be a beautiful dog coming and becoming a cuddle. Yeah? It is what it is. It is what it is. We cannot change it. It is what it is.
Perhaps
okay.
a time and place for everything. It depends on there's the space for it to open up.
Do you wake a dog up in the middle of a sleep, or do you wake a dog up it's hungry and you feed it? They're always the same. Depends what we get out of it. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you. Thanks, Rick.
Okay, Azar had a hand up here, but maybe should we defer her till next week?
Let's see what she has to say.
Okay. Azar, do you want to say something there?
Good morning, Mr. Keshe. Good morning, Rick. Good morning, everyone. If you don't mind, I was gonna tell Lynn about her pain in the leg when she meditates. Can I tell her something?
Yep.
It's not medical advice, or
it's not a medical. Oh, she's a doctor. She can do.
When you meditate, especially when you sit cross-legged with the touching the heel to the Muladhara position, because you feel the pain is not because the pain want to tell you something. The pain, the only thing it's telling you is you're still in physicality, because after 5-10 minutes you're going to be severe pain. In time, when you pass the physicality, because your senses, your 5 senses, is very active. After a while, you're not going to feel the body. You can sit for hours, like 6-7 hours, without even feeling anything, because you pass the physical level, you go to the soul level. So it's the same thing. If I cut your arm, I can place a suture. If you're in physicality, you feel the pain, you feel the suturing. But if you pass the physicality, I can do the operation and without you feel anything, because you pass that level, you go to the level of the soul. So it's not teaching anything, just you have to pass that after a certain time.
As I said, depends how you interpret it, the way it gets interpreted. It's by interpretation.
Yeah, but actually what I mean is like the emotional level, because something very strange is like the lady she was in very pain, but when we found why she had that pain and the information gave to her, and she feel the pain is gone. So I was what my question is, it's like some pain is like, it's not usually you have the pain maybe on some part of your body suddenly, but it's like a memory, like it's not a, how to say, I just cannot understand that, but I think it's more like the feeling in the emotional level, emotional feeling pain, but not the body has the uncomfortable or has some pressure. It's not like that. So
it's very probable. It's possible that's come from the memory of the something in the past that you're feeling that's correct. Your senses are correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you for everything. And hopefully we see you next week. And maybe we share more knowledge next week. Thank you indeed.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, once again here. And thanks to everybody for being here today for our 455th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, October 20th, 2022. We should be back here next week, same time and place. And our next public teaching workshop will be on Tuesday, October 25th, with the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace and Justice. And that starts at 4 p.m. Central European Time. So we look forward to that. And there's probably multiple other things that I can't remember right now to announce, but just keep tuned to, we make a lot of announcements on the Telegram groups. People are encouraged to join the Telegram group of your language or country, and you'll get updates on some of the local happenings and various workshops and so on that are going on. Okay, thanks everyone. We'll go out with flight enhancement animation and the flight enhancement spaceship unit music version after that. Okay, bye for now.